There's something big waiting for us over there. Just as he walked out of the office, a cup flew out and the director's angry roar came from inside. Get lost and do your big thing. Don't ever come here again. Bah, who cares about you? Zhang Zhangbin pursed his lips and flew into the sky with the two masters. In midair, he thought of something and said loudly, "Remember to pay attention to the internet. Someone must have filmed what happened tonight. Even if you don't want your face, I still want mine. Get lost." The director's furious voice. Han Song and Yang Yu had a strange look in their eyes. This director Jiang of Star Phoenix City Shield was something. He actually dared to yell at the director like that. Show. Zhang Zhangbin flew away. He was in a good mood along the way. He had borrowed people. This time, he had 2 more Cloud Transformation Realm Masters to help him. This matter could definitely be done. Early morning, Sister Lan walked into He Yuanyue's office as usual. "You're here." He Yuanyue looked up tiredly. "What did you do last night?" "Last night, Teacher Qin Fongyang asked me to help him. So I went." Sister Lan did not intend to hide it. "Help?" He Yuanyue was instantly interested. "What help?" "That's the gist of it." Sister Lan briefly told her what had happened. However, after a few sentences, He Yuanyue suddenly frowned. Wait, what you said just now. Tell me in detail." Sister Lan did not dare to delay and told her everything she knew in detail. However, Sister Lan did not know much about the whole matter. She only knew that after leaving the city, they started to reverse the flow of the Wanshui River. She did not know anything about what happened before that. He Yuanyue frowned and pondered. This is not right. Zhuo Duo used 3 high-level nascent soul experts, one at the peak of the Origin Core Realm, and one at the Quasi-Earth Origin Core Realm. A lineup of 5 experts, just to reverse the flow of the Wanshui River. This doesn't make sense at all. Reversing the flow of the water at this time is really meaningless and useful. The art of providence needs a subtle process, and what we lack the most now is time. This action is too big, but the effect is next to nothing. He Yuanyue spread out the map of Phoenix City and drew a few lines with her pointer. She muttered, "No, this is not right. It does not make sense. It is only reversing the flow of the water of life, but it does not have much effect on the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. What we should pay more attention to now should be the general trend of the stars. It is only changing the effect of generation and suppression. The two have nothing to do with each other." He Yuanyue frowned and looked at Sister Lan. "Sister Lan, did you participate in the whole operation?" Sister Lan was stunned for a moment and said, "No." "Oh, I went directly outside the city to wait for the rendezvous. It seems. After we gathered, Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan went to do something first. They went to Lingzhu Lake and Tianzhu Lake, respectively, to put something." He Yuanyue frowned. "Put something?"
Yes.
"What is it?" "I don't know." He Yuanyue pondered. "It is still not right. The reversal of the Wanshui River between the 2 lakes is limited." He Yuanyue looked at the map. "This Wanshui River." "No. The 2 artificial lakes in the city center are connected to the Wanshui River, right? This is the lake of the Ming family and the Ning family, right?" "It seems so." "If that is the case, it is somewhat interesting. Is Xiao Duo's plan to turn back the providence that was taken away?" He Yuanyue frowned and thought hard. If this is the operation, it makes sense. It seems that's what Xiao Duo really studied the providence technique. This action began from the perspective of the Wanshui River to set up the reversal of the yin-yang situation. Although it is too big and the result is not good, this idea is still good. He Yuanyue was very pleased. "But I still have to ask about the specific situation, so as not to make a fool of myself. The 2 families have been in the Phoenix City for a long time. Once there is a mistake, we will be completely exposed, and the enemy will be in the light, and we will be in the dark." He Yuanyue picked up the phone and called Mu Yinyan. "How did you arrange the feng shui situation last night?" Mu Yinyan was also confused about the so-called arrangement. She knew nothing about it, just like Sister Lan. When she heard He Yuanyue's question, she simply said, "I will go to the 2nd middle school to find you now. This matter can't be explained clearly on the phone. In fact, I wanted to find you. Although Xiao Duo said that this method can reverse Xiaoyan's providence, I am still worried." "Okay, in less than 2 minutes." Mu Yinyan came to He Yuanyue's office. He Yuanyue was very happy and asked Mu Yinyan, "How is it?" Xiao Duo said that it is enough to reverse the yin-yang situation. Mu Yinyan said, "Xiao Duo said so, but I don't know the specific effect." Then, Mu Yinyan told her the whole story, from the beginning of the arrangement of the coin on the top of the Ming's group, and then she explained all the arrangements in detail. She was almost involved in the whole process. Although she did not know the reason, she could explain the process. The more Mu Yinyan talked, the more severe the change in He Yuanyue's face. In the end, her face was pale and cold sweat slowly oozed out of her head. When Mu Yinyan finished, she drew a few points on the map of the Phoenix City. She looked at it and confirmed it again and again. Finally, she could not help but sigh. So poisonous. Poisonous? Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan were puzzled. They looked at He Yuanyue and waited for her to explain. He Yuanyue sighed softly and said helplessly, "But it is also the cycle of karma. Since these two families have done such things, they should bear the consequences and bear the karma." Mu Yinyan asked very carefully, "This arrangement, is it not appropriate?" "It is not inappropriate. The arrangement is very, very good. Even if I arranged it myself, it would be just like this at most. Even, it is not as good as this." He Yuanyue held her head tiredly. "You can go out. Let me be alone." Mu Yinyan and Sister Lan left as they were told. The two of them looked at each other, confused. In the room, He Yuanyue looked at the map and drew a few intersecting lines several times. Finally, she sighed softly. There were too many things that she did not dare to say. Although she could not bear it, the arrangement set by Xiao Duo was in line with all the interests of her side. In any case, He Yuanyue could not ruin it. She could only choose to rot in her stomach. Chapter 181. If I had known about this plan in advance, I would have advised them to reconsider. But since it has already been formed, then no one should know about it. Let this plan continue to exist. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Now, for such a huge plan, it is too unsafe. I don't trust anyone. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. This scheme was really too big. Even though the consequences for the Ming family and the Ning family were extremely cruel, but for Phoenix City, there were endless benefits. What a meticulous plan. What a vicious heart. What a long-term plan. These three sentences kept echoing in He Yuanyue's heart. With the phoenix blood and resentment as the guide, the star origin coin is the official currency of the Yinwu Empire. It can even be said that the star origin coin is the foundation of the Yinwu Empire. With the phoenix blood as the foundation of the country, and with the help of a special formation, it is equivalent to gathering the power of the entire Yinwu Empire to suppress the Ming conglomerate and the Ning family clan's providence. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it goes deep into the center of the drinking water of the source of life. It is also using the power of the empire to suppress the source of life. After the plan is formed, no matter what method the Ming and Ning families use, no matter where they are, as long as they are still in the astral soul's continent, no new life will be born. This is the second plan. The above 2 points can already be said to be extremely vicious, but it is just the beginning. With the phoenix blood as the foundation, it will push back the flow of the river. Between the 6 coins, there is actually another layer of array. It will draw back the power of the phoenix vein that was intercepted and stolen by the Ming and Ning families. It will also wantonly absorb the accumulation of the 2 families' fortunes. From now on, Zhou Xiaoyan will be the one to take all the providence that comes with the trillion-dollar assets of the Ming consortium. The Ning family's thousands of years of fortune and ancestral legacy will not be enjoyed by the people of the Ning family anymore. It will be taken away bit by bit and turned into the power of the phoenix, using the rivers, mountains, and rivers, as well as the ancestral bloodline of a clan with 10,000 years of history and the fortune of a wealthy conglomerate as the layout. It seems to be the 7 stars in Yang fortune seizing layout on the surface, but it's not in the bones. It's because it's mixed with the fate of the nation. The 7 stars correspond to the celestial bodies. The worst thing is the piggy bank in Zhou Xiaoyan's hand. It's the accumulation of the person who inherited the fire dragon's vein. It's tainted with the fate of the nation and the blood of the phoenix. There should be more than 1 or 2 coins in the bank. As long as there are more than 3 of them, it will be 1 that gives birth to 2, 2 that gives birth to 3, and 3 that gives birth to all things. This is the heavenly layout. Heaven and earth yin-yang fate-stealing killing formation. As long as this trap exists, Zhuoxiaonian will benefit from it. 70% of the luck in this trap is given to Zhuoxiaonian, and 30% is scattered in Phoenix City. In this way, even if the Phoenix Pulse spirit fails and Zhuoxiaonian dies, the Ning and Ming families won't benefit from it. Their luck will slowly dry up, and it's a foregone conclusion that all of them will perish. And the luck will only continue to feed back to Phoenix City. Even without Zhuoxiaonian, it would still be the same. On the other hand, if Zhuoxiaonian failed to break through the soul with the Phoenix vein, then Phoenix City, under the influence of this situation, would welcome a new soul with the Phoenix vein in less than 200 years. He Yuanyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhuoxiaoduo's trap really proved one thing. Even if I die in the future, even if I don't get anything, the Ning and Ming families won't get anything either. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Of course, if I live, you'll still die. The harder you struggle, the more you feed back to Zhuoxiaonian. From now on, there won't be a Ning family or a Ming family in Phoenix City. He Yuanyue sighed softly also. Is this the only effect of this trap? Maybe there's something I can't see through. Zhuoxiaoduo, Zhuoxiaoduo, Zhuoxiaonian, Zhuoxiaonian. He Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief. I pray that you can fly and soar in the sky. Although I won't be able to see that day, I'm still willing to do my best to pave this path for you. Da. Zhuoxiaoduo, this young man's temperament, He Yuanyue murmured, the devil's heart. The devil's heart hasn't shown anything yet, but this devil's heart has already formed. If he doesn't leave any leeway, the future will be full of troubles, child. He Yuanyue was full of worries, and the person she was worried about was sitting in the classroom listening to the lesson with a well-behaved face. It was the first lesson of the day. Qin Fangyang appeared in the classroom, full of energy and vigor. The melancholy from the early morning seemed to have long disappeared. In this lesson, you don't need to fight or practice. You just need to sit quietly and listen to me. Qin Fangyang stood on the podium. First of all, I'd like to say that this lesson is very important. As soon as they heard Qin Fangyang's words, the 48 students in the class became alert. Well, all 48 people in the class were present. Originally, there were 48 people in the 19th class. 6 of them died in the previous training. Zhuoxiaoduo and the others filled in the 6 vacancies, so there were still 48 people in the class. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xiaoma was not disabled because of the timely treatment. Last night, I accidentally found out that Zhuoxiaoduo had begun to break through to the innate stage. Qin Fangyang's voice was heavy. I stopped his breakthrough. Do you know why I stopped him? Everyone in the class looked at Zhuoxiaoduo, who was sitting high up in the main seat, and shook their heads in confusion. Many people had looks of envy in their eyes. This guy had only broken through to the martial arts master a few days ago, and he was already ascending to the innate stage. Especially Long Yuxing, Li Qinglong, and the others, they were all scratching their heads. Are we going to be completely left behind by Zhuo? This is not good. We have to work harder, work harder. Long Yuxing and the others had already reached the pinnacle of the martial arts master, but they did not feel like breaking through. If I hadn't stopped him last night, Zhuoxiaoduo would have most likely succeeded in breaking through. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. His expression turned serious. Do you know that in the martial arts realm, there is often a saying of fighting beyond one's level? For example, an embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioner can defeat an origin elixir realm grandmaster. He can even defeat an intermediate origin elixir realm grandmaster. Why is that? Some origin elixir realm grandmasters can even defeat a soul transformation realm expert. Why is that? Some soul transformation realm experts can even defeat Huayan. Why is that? Could it be that the division of ancient martial art practitioners is always so messy? Practicing to a high level, but being defeated by someone of a low level. Then what is the use of the level? What is the use of the so-called realm? Qin Fangyang said, Are you all thinking this? All the youth's faces were filled with confusion. Yes, why was it like this? If such things were very common and normal, then why was there a need to set up levels? Even if they were of the same level, the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm would not be able to withstand a single blow from another pinnacle of the origin elixir realm. Why is that? Qin Fengyang asked again. Long Yuxing raised his hand and asked, could it be because of the martial art techniques that we practice? Some martial art techniques are mysterious and have the ability to fight beyond one's level. Qin Fengyang nodded. This is indeed one of the factors. However, most of these martial art techniques exist in ancient martial art families and hidden sections. They would not end up in a martial arts school like ours. And any martial art technique, once it enters a martial arts school, will be lost in the crowd in a short period of time. Why is that? It is not that the martial art technique is not good, but that everyone is practicing it. This martial art technique will naturally lose its advantage. Therefore, martial art techniques can only be regarded as a very small aspect, and also a very special aspect to the general public. Qin Fengyang smiled. What's more, many families have special martial arts techniques that can only be practiced when one reaches the innate realm or above. This is the origin of the saying that those who do not enter the innate realm are all ants. So, it is not caused by the lack of combat experience? Li Chenglong asked nervously. There are not many things that combat experience can affect. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, it could be made up for through continuous battles. As long as one has courage and is not afraid of losing or dying, one can continue to accumulate combat experience. Qin Fengyang no longer kept them in suspense and said, the reason why I used the class today to explain to you is also the reason why I stopped with Xiaoduo from breaking through last night. The students in the class were in high spirits and each of them pricked up their ears. Breaking through to the innate realm is of course a good thing. In fact, most of the warriors would stop at this threshold. However, for those who have absolute confidence in breaking through to the innate realm, there is still a prerequisite. That is accumulation, and the capacity of the Dantian to maximize. Qin Fengyang's expression was serious. He turned around and took out 2 instruments. Everyone looked carefully and saw that they were 2 balloons. The Dantian is like this balloon. The total amount of your true qi is included in this balloon. Let's make an analogy. After breaking through to the innate realm, the conception and governing meridians will be opened and the bridge of heaven and earth will be connected, entering a whole new realm. If you need this breath to penetrate it, then the size and length of this breath will be the key to success or failure. Opening the meridians is a process of both sides exerting strength at the same time. The source of strength for both sides comes from the Dantian. Take a look. Qin Fengyang started to blow the balloon and stopped when it reached the size of a fist. The most direct example is, if one needs to have this level of strength and reach this realm to break through to the innate realm, then the total amount of strength in these 2 balloons will only add up to this amount. Correspondingly, the capacity of the Dantian will also be fixed at this size for a long time. Qin Fengyang's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the class. Do you understand now? Chapter 182. Qin Fengyang tied the balloon in front of him, then picked up another balloon and blew it until it was the size of a human head. He stopped. However, when your Dantian's capacity is only the size of a fist, when you can break through, you resist the urge to break through and save up your strength. Then, when you break through, your starting conditions in the innate stage will be many times better than others. There's no limit to the Dantian. As long as you can do it. Qin Fengyang picked up the fist-sized balloon again and blew it until it was the size of a watermelon. At this point, won't I have more strength? At this time, when I break through to the innate stage and open up my meridians, compared to those who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't I be much stronger? At this time, when you fight those martial artists who break through to the innate stage at the same time, won't you be able to defeat them? This is the strength of the foundation. Qin Fengyang directly transformed the mysterious spirit Qi Foundation into something concrete and explained it. Everyone in the class was suddenly enlightened. Even if they already knew this before, they didn't see it as clearly as they did now. Therefore, when breaking through to the innate stage is inevitable, and you have full confidence, then you have to try your best to inflate your Dantian and maximize it as much as possible. You have to accumulate more strength and more foundation. The more the better, the thicker the better. Qin Fangyang concluded, although doing so may take more time. In terms of the lifespan of a martial artist, the only way forward in the future is to consolidate one's foundation. Only then will one be able to go further and have the confidence to climb to a higher level. Why are some martial artists unable to advance after they reach the elixir stage, nascent soul stage, and cloud transformation stage? That's because, at the beginning, they don't accumulate enough foundation. When it's completely used up, they naturally have no strength to move forward. They can only stay at that level and slowly kill time. After years of struggling to break through, they die helplessly. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand and asked, "Then how can you be sure that you've reached the limit of inflating your dantian?" "This is a good question," Qin Fangyang said. "Actually, there's no fixed standard. It all depends on how hard you work. From the beginning, you have to work hard to control it and persevere until you can no longer control it. Then, you can let your zhenqi break through on its own. Every time the zhenqi is about to break through, you have to try to control it. Don't let it succeed. If you can control it, it means that you haven't reached your limit yet. And when you can't control it, that's when you have to make a breakthrough." Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "That's how it is." Everyone fell into deep thought. Qin Fangyang's heart stirred. He realized that his words were a bit extreme, so he hurriedly added a few more words. "However, the method I'm talking about is only limited to your current age group. The maximum time limit is before the age of 20. If you're close to 20 years old, for example, when you're 19 and a half years old, you don't have to think about how to maximize your dantian. You have to get past this hurdle first. Leaping through the Dragon's Gate and entering the innate realm before the age of 20. It is a necessary point to have a way forward." Qin Fangyang said, "Everyone's situation is different, so it's best to be aware of your own situation. How many 19-year-olds are there in our class?" The 5 of them stood up in shame. "The 5 of you, don't be restricted by what I said before. No matter when you feel that you can break through, you have to break through as soon as possible. Don't worry about anything else." The corners of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched unnoticeably. He had almost made a mistake. What he had said before was mostly aimed at geniuses. This method was not only useless to people with average aptitude, but it was also harmful. Fortunately, he thought of it in time and made up for it. If the students were to delay their breakthrough because of his theory of maximizing their dantian, they would regret it for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
The 5 of them were a little dejected. One of them muttered, "Teacher Qin, if we break through now, would we be those negative examples that you mentioned just now? The ones that will be defeated by people who are of a higher level?" Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Yes and no. Those who are able to challenge those of a higher level are basically the cream of the crop with outstanding talent, or those who have other opportunities. In this world, the vast majority of martial artists follow the prescribed order, one step at a time. Of course, if you advance to Xiantian in the most ordinary way, your path will definitely be narrower than those talented people. However, after breaking through to Xiantian, you still have a chance to catch up with others. That is the thorny road before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. At that time, as long as you can endure the pain that others can't and achieve more than 6 pressures, you can still make up for your lack of foundation. Qin Fangyang said, "It's just that the pain that you have to endure at that time is not something that anyone can endure. Yes, or I should say that every ancient martial art practitioner has to go through an extreme pain to hone himself. That time, it's a test of endurance, and innate ability." Everyone was deep in thought. The Xiantian stage is the most crucial stage in the process of a martial art practitioner's cultivation. Although the Xiantian stage is only the beginning, it is related to how far you can go in this life. I hope that all of you will remember this. When you reach the Xiantian stage and break through to the embryonic breathing realm after completing the thorny road with 6 pressures, you will be able to crush someone of the same level who has completed the 5 pressures. However, when you face a practitioner with 8 pressures with 6 pressures, you won't be able to retaliate at all. This is the huge difference. Therefore, when you face an enemy in the future, don't think that since everyone is in the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm and the intermediate stage of the primordial elixir realm, we should be evenly matched. This kind of thinking is absolutely wrong. Xiantian is different from Xiantian, and embryonic breathing is even more different from embryonic breathing realm. The difference between primordial elixir realm and primordial elixir realm could be as huge as heaven and earth. Remember this. Qin Fangyang's voice was very solemn. In his voice, there was a kind of vigor that was similar to the evening drum and morning bell. These words were firmly engraved in the hearts of all the students. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was in awe, and his eyes were filled with worry. Teacher Qin was burning himself like this, but who knew how long he could continue burning? Qin Fangyang ended today's lesson. Everyone, think with all your heart for 15 minutes. After that, those who should go for training, go for training. Those who should go for training, go for training. As for Li Qinglong and the rest, they rushed out as fast as they could and went to the gravity room. Zhou Xiaoduo walked in front of Qin Fangyang and said, Teacher Qin, I need to apply for leave in the afternoon. For what? To forge weapons. Qin Fangyang looked at him with surprise and asked, Forging now? Isn't it a little early? Let's forge them first and leave them there. My father said that a very skilled blacksmith came to our house. He won't be staying here for too long. This is a rare opportunity, so let's make good use of it. Qin Fangyang frowned and said with some understanding, Then you can go? Hey, didn't you say you wanted to meet the old principal? When? Why don't we meet now? Zhou Xiaoduo asked tentatively. All right. Qin Fangyang's face softened and said, I'll ask the old principal if he has time. Qin Fangyang led Zhou Xiaoduo into the large office, but as soon as they entered, Yuanyue asked them to leave. Teacher Qin, I have some questions to ask Zhou Xiaoduo today. It's not convenient for you to be here, so please help yourself. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy. What's going on? I haven't even said anything, and she's already kicking me out. Qin Fangyang left. Lan Jie was also sent away by Yuanyue. She turned her eyes to Zhou Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, you should know why I asked them to leave. Your teacher Qin and Professor Lan are people I can trust, but I still asked them to leave. What do you think of that? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. He put on an innocent face and said, It must be Grandma He who wants to teach me a secret. She doesn't want it to be known to anyone else. Yuanyue didn't laugh. Instead, she looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a serious expression. For a long time she didn't speak. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but put away his laziness. He actually felt a little uneasy and laughed dryly. Grandma He, what are you doing? Yuanyue let out a sigh of relief. The matrix you set up, is it the yin-yang reversal array? Or is it more than that? Zhou Xiaoduo was silent. He didn't want Yuanyue to know about this, but Yuanyue still found out. Although Zhou Xiaoduo knew that he couldn't hide this from the old principal for too long, he still hoped that he could hide it for as long as possible. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. It's the stellar cycle of 3 souls and 7 spirits, yin-yang reversal. Yuanyue couldn't help but gasp. He had already thought of the matter as sinister as possible, but he didn't expect that he had overlooked one point. He hadn't thought of it ruthlessly enough. His premonition was actually true. Yes, the Spirit Pearl Lake, the Heavenly Pearl Lake, and Zhou Xiaoyan herself. These 3 intersecting points are the 3 souls parallel array. On the surface, it's the Heaven, Earth, and Man tripartite array, but underneath, it's the 3 souls array, the Heavenly Pearl Lake, the Spirit Pearl Lake, the Ming Corporation, the Ning family's ancestral grave. These 2 man-made lakes, and the Zhou Xiaoyan side, reflect the 7 spirits' reverse radiance. Above, it's the Qiantian. Below, it's the topography, it's the earth and earth. The heavens and earth combine, and all the stars in the sky are under its control. Reversing the original topography, it's the yin-yang reversal. Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Xiaoduo, your method is a little too sinister. It's against the harmony of the heavens. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a moment. He put away his carefree attitude and said coldly, The people I've dealt with have only been the ancestors of the Ning and Ming families in their past lives and present lives. It didn't involve any other families or surnames. Old principal, think about it. If these 2 families succeed in the end, who will be the victims? The closest ones will be the millions of people in Phoenix City, and the farthest ones will be the billions of people in the astral souls. What punishment can't be meted out? Based on this reason alone, I don't think I did anything wrong. On the contrary, I hate that I don't have enough power. If I had enough power, why would I have to go through so much trouble? I'd just kill my way to their door, overturn the Ming family, crush the Ning family, dig up their ancestral graves, and burn their bones to ashes. Duh. Do you think it's better to update separately, or to update in the afternoon or at night? Chapter 183. Zhuo Duo added another sentence in his heart. I only did this for Nyan Cat. The well-being of the mainland, the people, and the people of Phoenix City are secondary. Just because these two families wanted to deal with my Nyan Cat, I will make sure that they will never be reincarnated. Perhaps others would repay evil with good, but it will never be me, Zhuo Duo. I only hate that my revenge is not ruthless enough. I only hate that my methods are not ruthless enough. I only hate that the consequences are not tragic enough. But you set up this trap. Heaven and earth are turned upside down, and yin and yang are rebelling. If there is a past and present life and reincarnation, the people of the two families who have entered the cycle of reincarnation will also have their fate and life extracted. Xiao Duo. He Yuanyue's eyes were full of pity. Your plan is to extract the fate of these two families. Is there a fixed number? Zhuo Duo said quietly, I use the coins in the piggy bank as a guide. The number of coins is the number of lifetimes. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You are a promising person. There should be at least 17 or 18 lifetimes, right? Not only that. Zhuo Duo coughed and said, Principal, you know that I am, cough cough, more or less stingy. That is the piggy bank that I have been using since I was 5 or 6 years old. All the coins that my parents gave me in those 2 years, I did not spend a single cent. It is all in there. There should be at least 300 to 500 coins. Cough, cough, cough. He Yuanyue suddenly coughed. 300 to 500 coins. That corresponded to 300 to 500 lifetimes. The phoenix blood and dragon soul were activated. The power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and the 1,000-year fate of the country was suppressed. In addition, the stars in the sky were strangling, the yin and yang were reversed, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits were locked. The structure of this formation was already incredible, but the degree of danger was even more terrifying and shocking. This was more or less stingy. You did not spend a single cent. Did you know this when you were 5 or 6 years old? That was impossible. It could only be said that this was fate. What smoke rose from the ancestral graves of the Ning and Ming families to provoke such a person? He Yuanyue could only be speechless. We'll need to hold on to such an interconnected setup for a period of time. If someone with ulterior motives sees through it and destroys it, our plans will inevitably fail. Don't worry, old headmaster. The plan has already been set. No external force can destroy it. Zhuo Duo said proudly, that's already a dead end? Destined to die? It can't be destroyed? He Yuanyue frowned. Yes, because I've already broken the momentum of heaven and earth of Phoenix Ridge and Carefree Slope. As for the heavenly Jewel Lake, it changed direction and flowed along the Zhonglan River. As for the spiritual Jewel Lake, it also used the Hanshui River to change direction. These rivers are the lifeblood that runs through the entire Central Plains. Unless someone could reverse the flow of the Coldwater River and the Zhonglan River, which were thousands of kilometers long, it would be difficult to break this situation. Even if the Ning and Ming families were turned into dust, it would still be the same. Old headmaster, you're an expert. You should know that the Coldwater River goes all the way south, connecting the heavenly snow mountains to the clear sea. The source of the Zhonglan River seems closer, but it converges with the Star Beast Forest and the Astral Souls Mountains. It goes all the way east and converges with the Tianyuan River, returning to the Eastern Sea. The only feasible way to change this situation is to turn the 2 seas on the other side into 10,000 tall mountains, and then turn the original 10,000 tall mountains into the seas. Only then can we steal the sky and change the sun and eliminate the Death Rebellion. Zhuo Duo smiled innocently then. It's almost the same as the sea turning into mulberry fields. I think that the Ning and Ming families don't have the power to do that. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and sighed. How could the Ning and Ming families not have the power to do that? No one had the power to do that. If that was the case, it would be better to turn the entire continent upside down. When you were setting up the plan, how much did you leave for the Phoenix City? He Yuanyue asked. You should know that the moon's profit will lead to a loss. Did you not consider this? Of course I did. That's why I set the origin point at the Phoenix Dance Home District. The Phoenix Dance Home District occupies a certain proportion of the Phoenix City, including the city's power, the ley lines, and the population's fate. Zhou Xiaoduo said sincerely, how could I take it all? The original intention of setting up this plan was for the sake of my beloved hometown, the Phoenix City. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You might as well take it all if you distributed it in such a way. Although the Phoenix Dance Home District was a large residential district with a population of more than 80,000 people, it only occupied 1% of the inner city area of the Phoenix City. In other words, the Phoenix City's share of fate was at most 1% of the city's fate. Even if the city center was added, the city's power, and the tens of thousands of people's fate were added, at most, 1/10 of the city's fate could be distributed to the entire city. That was the most. You purposely set up this plan behind my back. There must be another reason, right? He Yuanyue asked curiously. But with my attainments in fate observation, I can't see it. Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated and said, after the success of the Wind Pulse Spirit, Sister Nian Yan's future will be very smooth. It's only a matter of time before she becomes famous. But no matter how smooth her life is, it's inevitable that there will be envy and jealousy. And the biggest reason I set up this plan was for Sister Nian's sake. In the future, no matter where Sister Nian Yan is, if anyone intends to use feng shui, terrain, or even secret curses to target her in the Phoenix City, they will suffer from the backlash of this array. Because this array already contains the 5 elements of yin and yang, the stars in the sky, and the heavens and earth's fate energy, there's basically no trick that can exceed this limit, right? He Yuanyue muttered. You're so far-sighted, so thoughtful. Also, over time, because of this array, Sister Nian Yan's fate will gradually be linked to the fate of the nation. After all, the object that the array carries is equivalent to the Yinwu nation's currency. Zhou Xiaoduo said, when that time comes, in the entire Yinwu nation, whoever has bad intentions towards her will also suffer from the backlash of varying degrees. But that's a matter for a very long time. It's just a little wild hope. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. There's a longer wild hope? Yes, I've spent so much effort. How can it stop here? Zhou Xiaoduo replied very straightforwardly. He Yuanyue was already confused. She was just asking casually. Who would have thought that there was really more? In her opinion, it was already unimaginable, shocking, and terrifying that an array could be set up to this stage. How could there be more? A deeper level of wild hope. I used the Yinwu nation's astral soul's currency as a fixed object. In essence, that's placing the array on the empire's time of existence. This is actually a variable. Perhaps it will be taken over by other empires in the future. After all, the change of dynasties is inevitable in history. And once the Yinwu nation falls, Nian Yan, who is connected to its fate, will definitely suffer from the backlash. But there's another mystery in this array. That is, it's connected to the yin and yang of the stars. It means that after a certain period of time, under the influence of the heaven and earth array, Sister Nian Yan's individual fate will be connected to the fate of the entire continent of astral souls. That way, even if the Yinwu nation, cough cough, it won't be a problem. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a look of relief. He Yuanyue sighed. You've set up this array to this stage. It's practically invulnerable. Even if the sea turns into mulberry fields and the stars change, it might not be able to destroy it. But have you ever thought that setting up this heaven-seizing array with your own strength will harm you? I've thought about it, but it doesn't matter to me. After all, I'll be with Sister Nian Yan often. With her exuberant fate, she'll be able to offset some of the backlash for me. As for the rest of the damage, let it be. At most, I'll do more good deeds in the future, save more people, and accumulate more merit. It won't be a problem. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled calmly and confidently. He Yuanyue snorted. This brat really planned for her Sister Nian Yan to the extreme. However, this brat missed one point, and that was, he was the dragon bloodline bearer himself. Therefore, not only would this array not harm him, but it would also benefit him greatly. Whatever benefits Xiaoyan could gain, he would also gain. It was just that this brat didn't know that he was the dragon bloodline bearer, so he was still in the dark. However, this was a good thing. The heavenly Tao was most wary of creating one's own luck and harming others to benefit oneself. Once it happened, one would be punished by the heavens. It was only a matter of time before retribution came. Under the premise that Xiaoduo didn't know that he was also a beneficiary, he set up this array and perfectly avoided this heavenly punishment. It was really fate and luck. What a great fortune! He Yuanyue couldn't help but sigh. This brat was so lucky. Your aura examination technique. Did you find Qin Fongyang to enlighten you? He Yuanyue didn't ask about the array anymore. What was done couldn't be changed. It was useless to ask.
Yes.
Very good. You've improved at a godly speed. It's unexpected. He Yuanyue was very satisfied. It's very impressive that you can inherit this secret technique. Where did you discover this array from? Although Xiaoduo's aura examination knowledge came from He Yuanyue only skimmed through most of it. She really didn't have the energy to learn all of it. If Xiaoduo stuffed 1,000 books into his head, He Yuanyue could only study 50 of them at most. Of course, this was already very impressive. The foundation of my array came from a heavenly fate evil lord. Xiaoduo coughed and said, this lord once set up an array in a vain attempt to connect half of the continent's aura with himself, but he suffered a backlash in the end. Many of the strange stories of aura examination have more or less mentioned this incident. It's a typical example of a failed plan to set up an aura examination bureau to warn future generations. I was very curious about this, so I summarized it and modified it. Then, I got this array from it. Besides, the terrain of Phoenix City is really suitable. If I don't use it, I'll feel embarrassed. Chapter 184. He Yuanyue smiled bitterly. You little brat, you really put in a lot of effort to gather all the relevant clues about this formation and finally reconstruct it. In the entire Central Plains, I'm afraid that no one has a more comprehensive collection of chi-observing skill than me. However, chi-observing skill is hard to learn and hard to master. It's even harder to put it into practice. In the future, when you encounter relevant knowledge, you still have to study it seriously, understand? Understood. Xiaoduo agreed very obediently. In terms of chi-observing skill, based on your attainment in setting up this formation on your own, I have nothing more to teach you. At most, we can discuss it together in the future. He Yuanyue was very gratified, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Well, if I have any questions in the future, I'll come to ask Grandma He at any time. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. You mustn't be arrogant and complacent. You mustn't slack off on your cultivation and the advancement of your concealed weapons. If possible, you mustn't fall behind in other aspects. He Yuanyue warned. It's best if you can always progress together. By the way, now that your talent has been revealed, whether it's the Dragon Gate or the Thorny Road, you must maximize your limit before facing them. Do you understand? Even if the time to break through is much slower than others, you must build a solid foundation. Don't worry about temporary gains and losses. Understood. If there's nothing else, you can go back and cultivate. He Yuanyue said kindly, Xiaoduo, you've taken over a lot of my burdens. Grandma, he is very happy. Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment and said, there's one more thing. I don't know if I should say it. What is it? He Yuanyue asked casually. It's about Master Qin Fongyang. Xiaoduo lowered his voice and began to complain. I found that Master Qin has been very strange recently. Strange? What's wrong? What's wrong? I found that Master Qin is teaching students now, and he often uses the skill of passing on fire. His spiritual force will appear to be in a state of burning when he teaches students. Xiaoduo looked at He Yuanyue anxiously and said, but I can't persuade her. When He Yuanyue heard the words Legend of the Torch, her body in the wheelchair suddenly straightened up, and her eyes became extremely sharp. However, After listening to it, her eyes became more and more uncertain. Her face revealed an indescribable sadness and heartache. I understand. He Yuanyue waved her hand and closed her eyes. She leaned against the back of the wheelchair and motioned for Zhuo to leave. Zhuo left quietly. He Yuanyue lay in the wheelchair and did not move for a long time. Only silent tears flowed down silently. Fang Yang, what are you trying to do? She wept silently, almost silently sobbing. Her heart ached to the extreme, but it was undeniable that the satisfaction and sweetness that arose spontaneously in her heart also overflowed in the same way. After a long time, she carefully wiped her eyes and face clean and pressed the button. Sister Lan came in. Let's have a meeting. He Yuanyue said softly, gather, Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Luo Lai, Kong Zifang, Meng Deki, and Qin Fangyang and she called more than 20 names in a row. The principal, the vice principal, the teaching director, the grade minister, the logistics director, and several outstanding martial arts teachers brought Qin Fangyang in without leaving a trace. Okay, when? This afternoon. Set the time at 3:00 in the afternoon. He Yuanyue said. Okay. Sister Lan hesitated and said, Qin Fangyang wants to see you. You? Oh? He Yuanyue said. Let him in. When Qin Fangyang entered He Yuanyue's office, he saw He Yuanyue holding a book and wearing a pair of reading glasses. She was calmly and peacefully reading a book. There was a calming incense burning on the table, and the air was filled with astral soul origin qi, as well as the scent of heart-cleansing grass. Obviously, He Yuanyue was nourishing her body. Qin Fangyang was slightly relieved and said respectfully, Old principal, I'm here. Well, Fangyang. He Yuanyue put down the book and put on her reading glasses. She looked at Qin Fangyang kindly, as if she was looking at her own junior. What's the matter? Well, there's indeed something. Last night, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng came to me. They came to you? What's the matter? He Yuanyue was surprised, and her expression changed slightly. Qin Fangyang said, It's probably because of Shun Yushu's incident. The Meng family and the Ning family took advantage of Shun Yushu's falling out with me, and my identity as a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul was exposed. So these two families must want to make friends with me. They actually joined forces to wipe out the Shin family and the other two families who participated in the bounty hunt for me. They sent me 98 heads with great fanfare. He Yuanyue's body trembled, and she slowly raised her head. There was a look of disbelief in her eyes. 98 heads? Yes, including Shun Yushu's whole family, even his illegitimate children and so on. Then there were the families of the other two students who participated in the hunt. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Really vicious and merciless, too cruel. He Yuanyue slowly closed her eyes and only felt a throbbing pain in her heart. Whose family's child died without anger in their heart? Why can't they be scolded? It's human nature to be emotional. It's understandable. After all, they were children who were raised with feces and urine. If Shin Yushu and the others went too far and were killed by your counterattack, then it's their own fault. But why did the Ming family and the Ning family annihilate their entire family? He Yuanyue said angrily, It's enough to kill the culprit. Why did they have to annihilate their entire family? Qin Fangyang stood quietly and didn't speak. After a long time, He Yuanyue asked in a low voice, What else? These two families killed people. They didn't just want to do you a favor, right? What did they want to do? They didn't have the chance to say that I blamed them for giving me too little. Ahem, it's not that the heads were too little, but they gave me the bounty and so on. I said that I thought these things were too little. Qin Fangyang said. Well, what did you say? Old principal, don't misunderstand. When they were persuading me, I secretly contacted that child Xiao Duo. He let me use this opportunity to make things difficult for them and extort a large sum of money and resources from them. I have no use for these, so I want to ask you, old principal, in the name of Second High, how much exactly? A total of 10 billion star yuan. Astral Souls Flame Pills, 200 pills. 10,000-year-old Spirit Herbs, 10 stalks. High-grade Astral Souls Jade, 20,000 pieces. A cultivation technique that can allow one to cultivate to cloud transformation. What do you want to do? The Astral Souls Flame Pills and Spirit Herbs, as well as the high-grade Astral Souls Jade and the cultivation technique, will all be left in second high. The Astral Souls Flame Pills and some Spirit Herbs will be beneficial to your body, old principal. I hope you can accept them to heal your body. Qin Fangyang looked at He Yuanyue's face and said seriously. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll accept them. Qin Fangyang's spirits were roused as he said, in addition, of the 10 billion star origin coins, I would like to leave 2 billion for second high school. As for the rest, I would like to trouble principal to donate 2 billion to the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass in the name of second high school. Okay, no problem. There's still 6 billion left. 1 billion will be donated to the Military Research and Development Department. 2 billion will be donated to the Disabled Soldiers Resettlement Department. The last 3 billion will be donated to the Yinwu Weapons Research Institute. Okay, I agree. I'll get it done for you. He Yuanyue smiled happily. Teacher Qin, I can't thank you on behalf of everyone, but you don't have to say anything. Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm just using this money to buy peace of mind. Peace of mind? What a good peace of mind. He Yuanyue admired him and couldn't help but smile. Yes, peace of mind. Where the heart is at peace is my hometown. I'm satisfied to be able to have peace of mind. Qin Fangyang also smiled. Okay, where the heart is at peace is your hometown. Good, good. He Yuanyue clapped her hands and praised. Teacher Qin, you must remember this in the future. Don't forget your feelings. Qin Fangyang was stunned. I've learned something. Zhou Xiaoduo left the principal's office and went to the gravity room. Just as he was about to enter, the teacher in charge of the gravity room stopped him. Wait, what's the matter? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. I've already used up my contribution points. Why do I have to wait? My time is very precious, okay? It's like this. Your homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin, has prepared some weight-bearing equipment for you. In the future, whether you're in the gravity room or anywhere else, including eating and sleeping, you have to wear these weight-bearing equipment. Get used to it early. After saying that, the teacher took out a set of weight-bearing equipment. This equipment was originally prepared by Qin Fangyang, but he was busy the entire night and had many things to deal with in the morning, so he didn't have the time to explain it personally. Teacher Gu, who was in charge of the gravity room, was afraid of delaying Zhou Xiaoduo, so he took out his own equipment and gave it to him under Qin Fangyang's name. Weight-bearing equipment? Yes, I'll help you put it on. It'll be a little difficult at first, but it'll be fine once you get used to it. Teacher Gu took off all the weight-bearing equipment. Wrists, elbows, back, ankles, calves, thighs, and even the very small weights on his fingers. Even on my fingers? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. Aren't you going to train your skills with hidden weapons? The flexibility of your fingers is the key. Teacher Gu said earnestly. Don't underestimate the 10 small pieces on your fingers. As long as you keep wearing them and get used to them, you won't be affected no matter how you use hidden weapons. In the future, the power of your hidden weapons will be increased by more than 10 times. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Remember, no matter what you do, even if you go to the toilet, you can't take them off. Okay, but how long do I have to wear them? Wear them until you get used to them. When you can move freely like normal, you can change them to heavier ones. Teacher Gu rolled his eyes and said, as long as you haven't broken through to the nascent soul stage, you can always wear them. Chapter 185. Understood. But don't be stupid. Take it off when you're in a life and death battle. Alright, after you wear it for a while, take it off to get used to your current state. For example, speed, strength, etc. Do you understand? Teacher Gu said, don't be like some idiot who wears it all the time. When you charge into a battle, you can't control your speed and end up on the tip of the enemy's sword. Fuck. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There's such a thing. Can you tell me about it? Tell your ass. Hurry up and get in there to cultivate. Teacher Gu kicked Zhou Xiaoduo in. This brat. No wonder Qin Fangyang kicked him here and there. He really deserved a beating. Teacher Gu was too curious. Duo entered the gravity chamber with the weights. He felt something different the moment he entered. He felt his whole body suddenly drop. If it wasn't directly attached to his skin and was fixed to his pants, the belt of his pants would have fallen to his ankles. Fuck. It can be used as a tool to take off my pants. Duo muttered to himself. After getting used to it, he found himself in a situation that was even more difficult than the first time he entered the gravity room. With a thought, he immediately activated the flaming sun scripture. The effects were immediate, and his body suddenly felt lighter. However, a certain spear also rose into the air with him. The weights are still lacking. This place should be able to withstand 180 kilograms of weight. Duo looked at it and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but daydream. I wonder if this place needs to be trained? After thinking for a long time, he gave up. It'll be troublesome if I don't train hard enough and break it. However, even if he gave up, Duo still had new ideas and worries. This thing is actually pretty good. I kick people's crotch every day, but my crotch is more obvious than the average person's. What if people kick me too? Protective gear. Should I make an iron underwear? Protect it? Duo looked at his second brother and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Second brother, you're too majestic. You're too big a target. It's too shocking. You're too easy to attack. You should know that the gun shoots the bird that sticks out, and the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. As he mumbled to himself, he began to train. As expected, even with the help of the flaming sun scripture, it was still much more difficult than yesterday. Many of the movements that he was already familiar with began to go out of shape. It really isn't easy. Without any protective gear, he could have completed all the moves consecutively and could even perform them in the air. However, after putting on the protective gear, he was already exhausted after just one set of galaxy steps. He could not continue. Sure enough, it works. Duo endured the pain and stood up to recover just like before. Then, he continued to train and sharpen his body. Until 12:30 in the afternoon, Qin Fangyang, who was waiting outside, realized that Duo still hadn't come out. When he opened the door, he saw that the kid was lying at the door. He didn't even have the strength to open the door. Just like before, he grabbed his scalp and dragged him out. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. You added more weights? Beside him, Teacher Gu looked at Qin Fangyang's rough movements. The corner of his mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and said, even his form teacher forgot about it. What can I do if I don't prepare it? Am I going to hold him back? Qin Fangyang nodded apologetically. Thank you. I'll return it to you when I make a new one. There's no need. When this kid graduates, just let me keep it. It doesn't matter who uses it. Teacher Gu was unusually open-minded. I think this kid will definitely become famous. I might even be able to benefit from it. After all, I'll be able to guide him in his cultivation. Qin Fangyang stopped and looked at Teacher Gu seriously. Old Gu, since we're acquaintances, let me give you a piece of advice. You should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Teacher Gu was confused. Why? Can't you tell what kind of person this kid is? Even if he becomes famous in the future, it'll probably be a bad name. The higher his cultivation, the more enemies he'll have. By the time this kid reaches my current level, his enemies will be all over the astral souls. Are you sure you'll benefit from it? Teacher Gu subconsciously imagined the possible scenario. He couldn't help but shudder. Then forget it. Looking at Qin Fangyang dragging Duo away like a dead dog, Teacher Gu muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Fangyang's words made sense. This kid's personality, if he really reaches the level of nascent soul, even if his enemies can't be all over the astral souls, they can still be all over the central planes. I'm from a small family, not to mention the astral souls all over the central planes, even if it's all over Phoenix City. I won't be able to take it. Teacher Gu gave up and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. I'll just treat it as doing a good deed and not leaving my name behind. The other few brats seem to be stronger than this brat. Today, they all came here with weights. Although it's not as heavy as 50 kilograms, It's obvious that their families are experienced and understand the process of progressing step by step. Even that little girl has brought a load with her. These fellows are really putting their lives on the line to cultivate. The only one teacher Gu couldn't understand was Li Zhangming. What's wrong with this guy? I don't understand. He went to the gravity room with weights and entered a deep sleep. Isn't the quality of his sleep too good? Should I ask him how to treat insomnia? This guy should be an expert in sleeping. After leaving the gravity room, Zhou Xiaoduo quickly recovered and rushed back home as fast as he could because he was about to starve to death. This time, he was really starving to death. When he got home, he happened to see Zhou Xiaoyan coming out of the bathroom wearing a large bath towel. Her hair was wet and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo barging in, Zhou Xiaoyan subconsciously kicked him out. Zhou Xiaoduo saw something he shouldn't have seen. Then, he flew out of the bathroom. Zhou Xiaoyan rushed into her room with a red face. She could feel her heart pounding. Damn it, what did you see just now? This bastard actually came in just like that. How dare he? Humph. Zhou Xiaoduo had a small footprint on his stomach. He climbed up the stairs with a sad face and saw Wu Yuding smiling. Damn it, what are you doing? How would I know she was taking a bath? Zhou Xiaoduo was angry. You're so unreasonable. I didn't have time to see anything, and I was kicked out. What else do you want to see? Zhou Xiaoyan changed her clothes and walked out angrily. She couldn't help but blush. Humph. I can't afford to offend you, but I can't hide. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had turned his grief and indignation into appetite, started to eat like a maniac. In this meal, he actually ate 12 more steamed buns than usual. Wu Yuding was dumbstruck by what she saw. She couldn't live like this anymore. Her dog's appetite had increased again after lunch. Wu Yuding, who knew that the siblings were going to forge weapons, gave the storage ring to Zhou Xiaoyan. Let's go, Zhou Xiaoyan said. Wait, I have something to do. Zhou Xiaoduo pulled Zhou Xiaoyan into Zhou Xiaoyan's room. What? Zhou Xiaoyan asked with her eyes wide open. Now that it's completely stable, I made an extra accessory for you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and took out a jade pendant made of jade. What are you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at it from the corner of her eyes. It was so exquisite that she liked it. What are you doing? Of course, I'm doing something good. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and bent down to take out the piggy bank under the bed. He poured out a bloody coin from it and put the piggy bank back. Then he put the coin into the hollow jade pendant. Wear it and don't take it off in the future. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo ordered with an unprecedented domineering aura. Zhou Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and gently lowered her swan-like slender neck. Put it on for me. You want me to put it on for you? Zhou Xiaoduo said impatiently, women are so troublesome. Can't you just put it on yourself? So troublesome. Are you going to put it on or not? Her canine teeth were exposed fiercely. Yes. Let me put it on for my dear sister Nian Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately gave in and helped Zhou Xiaoyan hang it around her neck. Then he pulled open her lapel and put it inside. You pervert. Bang. Zhou Xiaoduo flew out again. His whole body was stuck to the wall like a New Year painting. He slid down like an air-dried frog, his face full of grievance and unhappiness. Didn't you ask me to put it on for you? Why did you get hit again? Looking at his confused and wronged face, Zhou Xiaoyan almost laughed out loud. Blushing, she tidied herself up and said nonchalantly, Let's go to the blacksmith shop. Zhou Xiaoduo followed her out with a sullen face. After a while, he said angrily, Why did you hit me? He wanted to swallow his anger, but he realized that he couldn't. Do I need a reason to hit you? Do I need it? Do I really need it? Zhou Xiaoyan snorted and walked in front without looking sideways. Humph. If you hit me again, You'll what? I'll bark and bite you. Zhou Xiaoduo made a fierce expression. Ha ha. Wear this for a while. This thing is still too fragile. But we really don't have any good materials now. When we get to the blacksmith shop, see if we can make a stronger one. Otherwise, it can be easily broken in a fight. It'll be a hindrance, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Zhou Xiaoyan was speechless. Blacksmith shop? Are you sure you're serious? Student Zhou Xiaoduo, Have you ever seen an accessory hanging around a girl's neck? Was it made in a blacksmith shop? This line of thought was simply too strange. I really want to open your head and see what's going on in your brain. How can you always say such shocking things? Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Chapter 186. It was clearly a very heartwarming and romantic thing, but when it was done by this kid and then said by him, it changed, and distorted. Anyone who heard it would only want to beat him up. They really didn't know what kind of trait it was. The siblings hailed a taxi and headed to the business district. When they got in the car, Zhou Xiaoyan didn't feel anything strange. However, when Zhou Xiaoduo got in the car, the whole car's chassis suddenly sank. The driver looked back in shock. Did a bear just get in the car? They arrived. They got out of the car. There was a big board in front of them. Long Road Astral Souls Stone Shop. Yes, this was Dad's shop and also their family's shop. Next to it was the destination of the day, a blacksmith shop. There was also a board hanging at their destination, but this board was made of a freshly cut piece of wood. A name was written on it with a brush, and it was hung there without even removing the bark around the board. As for the name, it was even weirder. Iron River Blacksmith Shop. TSK, TSK, TISK. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't stop clicking his tongue. How unique. This name is really unique. If you don't write it, people won't be able to imagine that this is a blacksmith shop. Long Road Astral Souls Stone Shop, Iron River Blacksmith Shop. What a perfect match. At this moment, a person walked out of the blacksmith shop. It was none other than Zhou Chonglu. Mr. Zhou frowned when he saw the siblings. Why don't you come in since you're already here? Are you wasting time? Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo put on his most obedient and adorable face and walked in carefully with Zhou Xiaoyan. Dad, are you here to help us investigate? How's the blacksmith skill? Don't worry about it. No matter what you do, your Uncle Wu will help you perfect it to your heart's content, Zhou Chonglu said. That's awesome. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo obviously did not believe it. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by numerous blacksmithing tools. All of them were extraordinary, and the main thing was that they looked really strange. Regardless of whether it was the furnace, hammer, fan, etc., they were all different from what the two of them knew. However, all of the blacksmithing tools were complete. Every successful craftsman would create a set of tools that they could use easily. This was not surprising. However, what the hell was that bronze statue standing by the side? Its figure was no different from a living person, and it was extremely lifelike. Seeing the family of three enter, the bronze man actually moved while the two people were dumbfounded. He smiled and said, Brothers Zhou, are these your daughter and son? Indeed, they are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Zhou Chonglu smiled and said, This is your Uncle Wu. Your Uncle Wu is called Wu Taijiang. Remember that. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo stood at the door, stunned and speechless for a long time. Damn, the two of us really thought that it was just a bronze statue. This Uncle Wu really deserved to be called a blacksmith. He had almost turned himself into a bronze statue. That bronze-colored skin, bronze-colored face, and bronze-colored hands, it was just too realistic, all right? If he stood at the door or anywhere else, he would look like a bronze statue. Hello, Uncle Wu. The siblings quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully in unison. Well, no need to be so polite. Just tell me what you want to make. I'll do it as soon as possible and get it done as soon as possible. Uncle Wu was obviously impatient and went straight to the point. I want to make a sword. Zhou Xiaoyan took out her phone and opened the pictures. Uncle Wu carefully looked at the dozens of pictures and even exported all of them. He used the projector to enlarge them on the wall and studied them bit by bit. It's not a big problem. Making a sword like this is not difficult. Wu Tiejiang's large hand, which was like a cattail leaf fan, was pointing at the projector. At close range, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were shocked to find that Blacksmith Wu's body was almost like a giant among ordinary people. He was at least 1 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, big hands and feet, and his entire body it was as if he was made of pure bronze. Uncle Wu, I have an additional request. Zhou Xiaoyan pointed at the giant sword on the wall that was bigger than her and said, "The guard of the sword hilt is the sword guard. Can you hit 2 cute puppies with it?" Cute puppies? What do you mean? Blacksmith Wu was stunned. Zhou Chonglu's mouth twitched. Duh. Zhou Xiaoduo was even more stunned. Didn't I already convince you? You broke it down and talked so much. Why do you still want to hit puppies? This. Sister Nian Yin? Shut up. Duh. After listening to Zhou Xiaoyan's explanation, Blacksmith Wu studied it for a long time and said in a low voice, "The puppies you mentioned can definitely be hit, but it's a bit of a waste. For your sword, we will use 1,000 fantasy gold, mixed with heavenly witch copper, and the ice soul silver, sky heart chromium, and wind supporting essence. It can completely create a holy, noble, and cold ice phoenix sword. The sword hilt can be designed with the head or tail of a phoenix. For the overall structure of the sword, it's fine. It's beautiful and complements each other. But if it's a puppy's..." Uncle Wu thought about it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unimaginable and indescribable. He couldn't help but be speechless for a long time. What's wrong with girls these days? After such an awesome sword was forged, there might not be a second peerless divine sword in the whole continent. Why would a puppy's be mounted on it? Also, a puppy's was a puppy's. What the hell was a puppy's? Why did it have to be a cute puppy's? What kind of aesthetic was this? It was simply unbearable. Zhou Xiaoyan said, "It's fine if the puppies are not obvious, but the eyes must be cute, the ears must be cute, and the mouth must be cute, duh." Blacksmith Wu was stunned for a long time and said dejectedly, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this. Why don't you find someone else?" She was actually asking him to leave. I have forged weapons my whole life. However, she couldn't imagine how a puppy with eyes that should be very obvious, ears that should be very obvious, and mouth that should be very obvious could achieve puppies that are not obvious. This is simply making things difficult for me, fat tiger. Zhou Zhonglu naturally understood what his daughter was thinking. So, he tried to mediate the situation. "Old Wu, you can't back out now. This girl's request is a little unusual, but you can ignore her. The sword hilt will still follow your original design of the ice phoenix. You just need to carve 2 lifelike puppies on the pattern of the sword guard. They will surround the ice phoenix on the left and right sides." Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, yes, just like that. As expected, Daddy is the most resourceful." Blacksmith Wu looked at Zhou Chonglu in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this the person in front of me, the one I know? Damn, I really don't understand this world anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo stood at the side with an "I've been ignored, I've been abandoned" expression. Sure enough, in the end, this puppies actually still wanted to fight. From now on, the puppies will always be in Yin Yin's palm. Humph. Palm it is. What's the big deal? What about you? Blacksmith Wu turned his head and asked Zhou Xiaoduo. I also want a sword, 3 feet long, standard type. It should be as light as possible, preferably no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper, and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. This request isn't too high." Zhou Xiaoduo gestured the sword in his heart with his hands. Blacksmith Wu put down the hammer in his hand and couldn't help but rub his face with his big hands. "This request isn't too high. A sword, 3 feet long, standard type, as light as possible, no more than half a kilogram. The lighter the better. If it can be made as thin as paper and has the characteristics of hardness and sharpness, it should not break no matter what. Listen, is this something a human would say? I also want a sword like this one. Who will make it for me? You might as well say, you can make me a sword as tall as a building, but it should not exceed half a kilogram." "Boss Zhou." Blacksmith Wu looked at Zhou Chonglu with a sullen expression. "I really can't do this job. Why don't you try other masters?" "Not only can I not do it, I have never been so sullen in my life. Did you ask me to come here just to let your son and daughter play with me?" Zhou Chonglu almost laughed out loud. It was really rare to see Blacksmith Wu being bullied by a customer's request. "Don't go too far." Zhou Chonglu looked at Zhou Xiaoduo seriously. "Your request is not realistic. Change it." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Changlu with a wronged expression. Dad, didn't you say that Master Wu is a first-class craftsman? My request is so simple. Zhou Zhanglu glared at him and said, Nonsense. You should think about your basic requirements. A sword that's 3 feet long should weigh no more than half a kilogram. Both you and Yin's weapons are based on the 1,000 illusion gold, which is extremely dense. No matter how thin and light it is, its basic weight is still there. How can you have both of them? Not to mention, you want it to be both sturdy and sharp. You must be dreaming. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, I was thinking too much. I only thought that an outstanding craftsman would be able to do what others can't and forgot the basic concept. How about this? The treasured sword will still be 1 meter long and a standard model. The lighter the better. It would be best if it was as thin as paper, but it still has to be strong and sharp. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Wu Taijiang and said, If that's the case, it's not too much, right? This time, Wu Taijiang only frowned and thought for a moment. Then he began to work. After a while, he slowly condensed a sword with his spiritual energy and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. How about this? Zhou Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm not picky about the style. As long as it meets my basic requirements. Wu Taijiang pondered again. He took a few pictures and changed the style. How about this? Yes. Da. Can I ask for some monthly tickets, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets? Chapter 187. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded vigorously again. He had to admit that Renbaqian was a professional after all. These 2 designs were much better than what he had imagined. How about this? Wu Taijiang changed 7 or 8 designs in a row and took pictures of all of them. Then, he projected them on the wall. Pick any one of these swords that you like the most. Then, I'll make a thin one. Zhou Xiaoduo was already dazzled. Fortunately, he did not have difficulty choosing. He closed his eyes and casually pointed. I'll take this one. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo's treasured sword had been decided. Wu Taijiang asked again, Based on your body, footwork, and mannerisms, you should be a strength-type cultivator. You must want to make other weapons, right? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed. He immediately gave a thumbs up. You have sharp eyes. I'm also planning to make 2 big hammers. As the saying goes, if you have a hammer in your heart, you can smash anything. However, there are a lot of additional requirements. Wu Taijiang smiled conceitedly. Hammers? I'm not bragging. I've made all kinds of hammers in my life. It's hard to count. I've made at least thousands of pairs of hammers. No one who asked for a weapon would be dissatisfied. With a crash, countless hammers appeared on the projection wall. There were many different types of hammers, and they were dazzling. There was no similarity. Round, oval, square, wintermelon hammer, cucumber hammer, watermelon hammer, honeydew hammer, square hammer, octagonal hammer, meteor hammer, thousand-faced hammer, mother and son hammer. Zhou Changlu was dazzled. He could not help but say in Sichuan dialect, so many hammers. He could not help but sigh in his heart. When his son was young, he often scolded him. What kind of hammers are you making? In the end, when this guy grew up, he actually made a pair of hammers? Life. Zhou Changlu thought. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at all the hammers on the wall and shook his head. He waved his hand. My ideal hammer is different from these. These are too simple. Da. Wu Taijiang suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He still had lingering fears from the lessons of the past. What kind of hammers do you want to make? So what if you have your own plan? I plan to. Zhou Xiaoduo walked over and picked up a pair of hammers, saying, Uncle Wu, please enlarge this. Wu Taijiang obeyed. Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. It's a little longer, about 2.5 feet long. 2.5 feet? Wu Taijiang was a little confused. If you play with hammers, why do you need such a long handle? If he wasn't careful, he might hit himself in the waist. Also, if it's too long, it won't be easy to wield it. It will also take a lot of energy to wield it. Don't worry, I've already calculated it. It must be 2.5 feet long, and there must be a groove on both sides. A thin and narrow sword that can be pulled out at any time, but when it's not pulled out, it will only look like the handle of the hammer. No one will be able to tell that there's a sword hidden inside. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Not difficult. Wu Taijiang glanced at Zhuo Chonglu and murmured, "This guy is really cunning." Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling. "That's cunning? How is that even possible?" "Uncle Wu, look at this hammer handle. My plan is that the middle should be hollow, and there should be a chain inside. The chain should be about 10 meters long, and it should be enough. When you need a long-range attack to catch your opponent off guard, it can fly out directly and then be pulled back. Well, a meteor hammer." Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. "The middle of the hammer handle is hollow, and there's a chain inside. There are grooves on both sides, and there's a hidden sword. This shouldn't be too difficult, right?" "It's not very difficult." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. This way, when others think that this is a heavy weapon that can only be used in close combat, and they're complacently distancing themselves from me to consume my strength, I'll fly out with a bang. Their expressions must be very interesting. Interesting, that's for sure. Wu Tiejiang's facial muscles twitched. He glanced at Zhuo Chonglu again and murmured, "That's really cunning." After thinking for a while, he said, "If you plan to design it like this, the materials of the hammer handle and chain must be carefully considered. Ordinary metals definitely won't meet your requirements for hardness. I'll have to think about it seriously, but it's still possible. It's not difficult." "It's good that it's not difficult." Zhuo Xiaoduo beamed with joy. "Then let's talk about the design of the hammer itself." Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "You've been talking for so long, and it's still not the design of the hammer itself? I have an ominous feeling." Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. "I plan to make a hollow hammer. Well, the middle of the hammer body should be solid, a big piece, and then there should be a gap between this big piece and the hammer face." "Gap?" Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "A hollow hammer is already ridiculous enough. If there's a gap, is it still a hammer?" "Yes, there should be a slight gap. Isn't this a 100-faced hammer? There are about 70 faces in the front and the left and right sides. Leave 2 shooting holes on each face. Then, set up a mechanism inside. A hammer face has 2 holes. One hole is for the oxhair needle, and the other hole is for the awl needle. As long as the vital energy is activated, you can choose between single or consecutive shots. There should be 20 to 30 needles in one hole, and 10 awl needles in one hole." Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. "That shouldn't be difficult, right, Uncle Wu?" Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't feel good at all. "I've been hammering my whole life. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of hammer. This is fucking cunning. I'm a grandmaster of cunning." Wu Taijiang turned to look at Zhuo Chonglu. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Finally, he asked, "Brother Zhuo, is this really your son? Your biological son?" Zhuo Chonglu's face darkened. "What else? Do you want to come over for dinner tonight?" Wu Tiejiang's face stiffened. After a while, he smiled and said, "No, no, 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 no. I have to concentrate on making weapons for the children. I have to prioritize things." Zhuo Xiaoduo had a harmless and youthful face as he innocently asked, "Uncle Wu, look at this hammer. Can it be used?"
Yes.
Wu Tiejiang's face began to distort. "But it will take more than a month. Your request is too complicated. I have to think about it carefully." "It's not that complicated." Zhuo Xiaoduo found a piece of paper and started to sketch. "Look, Uncle Wu, first make this hammer face, then make the inner hammer. Naturally, there shouldn't be a hollow space between the inner hammer and the hammer face. Use this small column to fix it and weld it. Then, one by one, the mechanisms here are designed one by one. Actually, you only need to prepare 2 types of mechanisms. As long as you create the first set and model it, the rest will naturally follow suit. It's very easy. As for the mechanism, it doesn't need to be too strong. The oxhair needle can be lethal within 50 meters, and the awl needle can have a shooting range of 300 meters. There shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. "I can't do it. I can't do it." Wu Taijiang shook his head like a rattle drum. What kind of joke was this? How could the oxhair needle be shot 50 meters away with the power of the mechanism and still be lethal? Do you know what a oxhair needle is? It's not much heavier than a catkin. How could it be shot 50 meters away? Are you kidding me? How far can you make the mechanism? Zhuoxiaoduo looked slightly disappointed. He felt that the so-called superclass blacksmith introduced by his old man didn't seem to have any other characteristics other than shaking his head. It had only been 10 minutes, but he had already said, "I can't do it," and find someone better several times. If you can't even do this, how can you be a blacksmith? How can you be worthy of such a high title as a blacksmith? If Wu Taijiang knew what Zhuoxiaoduo was thinking, he would definitely grab the steel furnace in the room and smash it on this kid's head. Let's talk about it after refining all the water out of this kid's head. What you're talking about, even if the entire continent or the entire universe covered the Milky Way, there might not be anyone who can do it. This was purely making things difficult for him. As far as I know, the oxhair needle can only be lethal if it's more than 10 meters away in the entire continent of astral souls. Moreover, it must land on bare skin. Wu Taijiang said weakly. Then set up a mechanism that can shoot at least 10 meters away. Zhuoxiaoduo said. By the way, with the addition of true qi, it can increase the shooting range by quite a bit, right? The mechanism can't be controlled by true qi. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Oh. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little disappointed. He once again called him a useless person in his heart, then asked, "What about the cone needle?" "It's easier to make the cone needle. It can guarantee that it's lethal within 50 meters. Wu Taijiang calculated. If the hammer face is made with a hole, it won't deform under heavy impact, right? Zhuoxiaoduo asked again. It depends on the material. Although the 1,000 fantasy gold is good, it can't be deformed unless it's indestructible gold. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Then we'll use indestructible gold for the hammer face. Wu Taijiang said weakly. 1 kilogram of 1,000 fantasy gold can only be refined into half a kilogram of indestructible gold. 25 grams is the limit. As long as you can make it, the material is not a problem. Zhuoxiaoduo said generously. We have a lot of material. It's more than enough. More than enough. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuoxianglu doubtfully. Zhuoxianglu coughed and had to smooth things over for his son. It's more than enough. Little Nan sent some over a few days ago. Wu Taijiang said sympathetically. Little Nan, it's so hard. Zhuoxianglu immediately shot him a stern look of warning. He also received an invitation letter that was about to be handed over to Zhuoxianglu. Wu Taijiang felt a chill run down his spine. The material is not a problem. It can definitely be used, right? Zhuoxiaoduo asked eagerly. It can be used. Wu Taijiang gritted his teeth and said. He could feel that these two hammers were very likely to be the most expensive and luxurious hammers he had ever made in his life. It's good that it can be used. Zhuoxiaoduo was beaming with joy. He felt that this blacksmith had some skills. He could barely be considered a competent blacksmith. How many kilograms do you estimate these two hammers to be? The weight must be accurate. The more Wu Taijiang thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem. He couldn't help but ask, if it's too small, it won't be able to hold so many things. But if it's too big, it will be too heavy. Using a weapon like a hammer is not as simple as just lifting it and smashing it. No matter how heavy the hammer is, in the hands of the user, it must be as light as a feather. This really requires a lot of strength. Especially with your material, the requirements are even higher. Chapter 188. Wu Taijiang said, the density of the 1,000 illusion gold is extremely high, and the imperishable gold extracted from it is even higher. Even if you are a strength-type cultivator, you may not be able to bear it. Especially with your designs, you still need to train in all aspects, such as lifting heavy things as light, lifting light things as heavy, and so on. The difficulty is extremely high. This is indeed a problem. Zhuoxiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, if I use all my strength now, I can probably lift a weight of about 10,000 jin. Wu Taijiang's eyes bulged. Later stage of the innate realm? No. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but despise this blacksmith for not being able to see through his cultivation. It seemed like this blacksmith was also a cultivation newbie. Martial arts master, Pinnacle. Wu Taijiang coughed and looked at Zhuo Chonglu with a shocked expression. Didn't you see that this brat is a strength-type cultivator? He has some natural strength, so it's not worth mentioning. Zhuo Chonglu smiled reservedly. It is indeed very ordinary and not worth mentioning. Wu Tiejiang's mouth twitched, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. I plan to start using this weapon when I am in the origin alchemy realm or the higher stages of the embryonic breathing realm. Also, I have to keep using it, so it will probably take a long time. Zhuo Xiaoduo estimated for a moment and said, Do you think it's too light if one hammer weighs 4,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked. It's not too light, not too light. Then 8,000 jin? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked himself, and immediately denied it. It's already 8,000 jin, so why would I need another 2,000 jin? Wu Taijiang was shocked and said, 10,000 jin? 2 hammers would be 20,000 jin? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, 9,999 pounds. Wu Taijiang was having a toothache. You are already 9,999 jin, so why would you need that 1 jin? Do I need to control it so precisely for you? It has to be easy to dismantle, easy to assemble, easy to operate, and smooth. That includes the hidden weapons inside. It can't be broken after a few uses. As for the chain, think of a way to use it. It has to be tough and sturdy. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally made his last request. By the way, give me a kitten accessory at the head of the hammer, the kind that looks cute and cute. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. What did you say? This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was unyielding, which was a rare sight. Yes, even if you beat me to death, I still want it. In the future, when my hammer shakes the entire continent, it will be called the 99-cat hammer. Zhuo Xiaoyan fumed and was about to explode on the spot. Zhuo Chonglu stopped her. That's fine too. Nian Nian, stop fooling around. Zhuo Xiaoyan angrily stopped what she was doing and said, Dad, you're just siding with your own son. Zhuo Chonglu defended himself. When you wanted to carve the dog, I didn't say anything either, right? I was clearly trying to smooth things over. Why are you siding with your own son? You're still my daughter. While they were talking, Wu Taijiang felt like he had been struck by lightning, one after another. 99-cat hammer? What kind of lousy name was that? Besides, he could already imagine how powerful the hammer was, but he had to carve a kitten on the handle. A cute kitten? It was like rolling thunder, wasn't it? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of yearning. His eyes were full of reverie. Think about it. When the time comes, I'll be facing thousands of soldiers and horses. I'll stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer. When I'm excited, I'll grab the kitten's tail and throw it out, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. I'll stroke the kitten here and smash the people there. Zhuo Xiaoyan fumed and stepped on him. Zhuo Xiaoduo nimbly dodged, his eyes shining. Ayaya, this name can't be better. Wu Tiejiang's head was full of thunder. Stroke the kitten while swinging the hammer? This image was too beautiful, but this kitten, these 2 hammers, plus the hollow design. Even if they were made with the densest metal, everything would be made with the best materials. Wu Taijiang said speechlessly, I'm afraid the diameter would be less than 1 meter. Unless such hammers can't be swung, once they're swung, on the battlefield, they'll definitely be a peerless weapon. Wu Taijiang imagined the scene and trembled all over. He felt his hair stand on end. Trembling, he said, Such a weapon. Are you sure you want to carve a kitten on it? Zhuo Xiaoduo said firmly, This is a prerequisite. There's no room for discussion. We can't miss out on anything but this. Suddenly reminded of something, he said, Oh right, the design of the hammer should have a pattern, right? It'd be best if it's a dark phoenix. That'd be even better. Phoenix? Wu Tiejiang's voice changed. You're a man, but you want to carve a phoenix on the hammer? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Why are you making such a fuss? Isn't this normal? I'm making a fuss? Wu Taijiang was completely convinced. Okay, I'll do it for you. Where are the materials? What's wrong with this world? Am I, Wu Taijiang, really outdated and about to be eliminated? What were these young people thinking about? I really don't understand. The materials are here. They're all yours. Zhou Xiaoyan handed over the ring in her hand. Wu Taijiang took it and looked at it. He frowned and said, "We have enough 1,000 fantasy gold and heavenly witchcraft copper. But the rest?" Zhou Zhonglu answered from the side. "Old Wu." Wu Tiejiang's cheeks trembled. "Ah, brothers Wu? We're neighbors. We'll take care of each other in the future." Zhou Chonglu said meaningfully, "As an uncle, you must take care of the children's weapons. We haven't prepared the materials yet, so you'll have to pay for them first." Zhou Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder and said, "When we're done, we'll settle the accounts together. I'll give you everything together, including your salary." Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "But Zhou Zhonglu replied with a smile, "It's just a pair of hammers, a few swords, and some scattered concealed weapons. What's the big deal? I know you want to say forget it, but I can't do that. After all, you've put in a lot of hard work and tiredness. How can I take your hard work for free?" "Who said forget it? What did I say? Look at how noble you are. You can't take it for free." Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. "No, I mean, I know you have it. I know. Zhou Chonglu interrupted. "How can a blacksmith be short of materials? Don't you think so?" Wu Taijiang struggled. "But these—" I understand. Zhou Chonglu smiled and said, "It's settled then?" Wu Tiejiang's face turned red. "Why?" Zhou Chonglu said, "After we're done, I'll ask my sister-in-law to cook a few dishes and treat you to a big drink. We're brothers, huh?" Wu Tiejiang's complexion turned pale, and he immediately lost his breath. After being stunned for a while, he said weakly, "Forget about drinking. I'll do my best." Zhou Chonglu said, "Then I'll leave everything to you, my good brother." "Boss Zhou, you're too kind. It's my duty." Wu Tiejiang's face twisted. He looked at Zhou Chonglu as if he was about to cry. "It's my duty. Good brother." Zhou Chonglu patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder. "Let's keep in touch in the future." Wu Taijiang sat down on the chair and muttered, "I'm not rich. I wouldn't dare." Zhou Chonglu laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. You're being too polite. How many days will it take for your daughter and son to finish the swords?" Wu Taijiang did some calculations and said, "It's easy to finish the swords. 3 days. I'll finish it in 3 days. It's just that the hammers are more troublesome." "Got it," Zhou Chonglu said straightforwardly, "Then I'll come and get them in 3 days. I'll bring them home directly. These 2 children still need to cultivate. I won't let them come." "Sure," Zhou Chonglu said. "You too, go back and do whatever you need to do." "Zhou Xiaoduo, aren't you still in school?" Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head. "I took the afternoon off." He looked at his watch. It was not even 2:30. He said, "Should I go back to school directly?" Zhou Xiaoyan also said obediently, "I'll go and find master." Go. Zhou Zhonglu drove his son and daughter away. Wu Taijiang watched the 2 people disappear. His face was pale and his eyes were red. He felt like he was about to cry. "Brothers Wu, aren't you cheating me?" Zhou Chonglu said apologetically, "Brother, I'm sorry. Now the burden of the whole family is on my shoulders. Even a landlord's house doesn't have any extra food. You don't know how much Xiaoduo can eat in one meal. Your brother's Wu is so poor that he's about to sell his blood. If you really feel that it's difficult, you can ask your sister-in-law to cook 2 dishes tonight. My wife and I will thank you in person. Go and take care of the shop." Wu Taijiang pushed Zhou Chonglu out. "I wouldn't dare to drink or anything like that even if you beat me to death. You go about your business and I'll work. Okay? Haha, thank you." Zhou Chonglu also left. Wu Taijiang sighed until his throat was smoking. He finally accepted his fate and began to work. This is fate. Clink, clink, clink. Blacksmith Wu started to work, and his work efficiency was extremely high. After all, there was only one thought in his mind. "I have to finish as fast as I can and leave this place as soon as possible. This place is really not a good place. It's too scary. In this city, there's a feeling of fear and trepidation every moment. That meal is definitely not to be eaten." He was sweating profusely when he suddenly felt a shadow flash in front of him. It was Zhou Zhonglu again. He walked leisurely with his hands behind his back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Wu, are you busy?" Wu Taijiang could only straighten his back. "Yes, I am." "Well, Old Wu, I thought about it. These are the weapons of the two children." Zhuo Chonglu frowned and thought for a long time. Then he said with a heavy heart, "You don't have to sign your name." Wu Tiejiang's eyes widened. "What? I can't even leave my name on the two divine weapons that I made with my own hands? There should be a limit to your bullying, right?" Chapter 189. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. "You can sign their names elsewhere, such as on a piece of paper. I'll ask them to keep it and keep it well." Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. "What do you mean?" "This is what I think," Zhuo Chonglu said. "Do you think these two weapons are unique in this world?" He looked at Wu Taijiang meaningfully. Wu Tiejiang's face suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, "You're so thoughtful. Well, do you understand? If you insist on leaving your name, it will inevitably involve karma." Zhuo Chonglu said thoughtfully, "If you insist on leaving your name, I know. I won't leave my name." Wu Taijiang thought it through very clearly. Your son and daughter are indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, and are blessed by the heavens. But at the same time, they are also accompanied by the heaven-soaring baleful tribulation. Once they reach the nirvana tribulation stage, the road ahead will inevitably be filled with a reign of terror, and it will always accompany them. Zhua, I have to admit that you're right. If I were to leave my name behind, just the karmic ties of your son and daughter would implicate me to death. This should indeed be avoided. You're right. Zhuo Chonglu nodded slowly. There was a slight worry in his eyes. Yes, if they can pass the tribulation, they'll have a bloody life. Especially Xiao Duo. He's too murderous. His weapon is a lethal weapon. As the person who made the weapon, you're already involved in karma. If you leave your name. That's right. However, as his biological parents, I'm afraid this karma. This is what we should bear. Zhuo Chonglu looked indifferent. As parents, how can we not bear the karma of our son? Can they pass the tribulation? Wu Taijiang asked with concern. I don't know. Zhuo Chonglu said softly. Everything depends on their fate. Wu Taijiang lowered his voice and said, If you do it yourself, Zhuo. Zhuo Chonglu shook his head worriedly. If I could, I would want to. Unfortunately, I can't do it. Wu Tiejiang's face was full of worry when he heard this. He said, in that case, wouldn't the future of these two little fellows be very uncertain? Zhuo Chonglu said quietly, originally, only female children would enter the calamity, but now they have the same fate. Wu Taijiang asked, How are they? Zhuo Chonglu looked more and more worried. He muttered, He's faster than us. Much faster. He's already decaying. Wu Taijiang said in shock, Even with the strength of you and your wife, you can't suppress him? Zhuo Chonglu sighed with melancholy. He was much more ruthless than the two of us. He actually completely abandoned his memories and even used the aura observation technique to forcefully extract his lifespan. He used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. At that time, we didn't think of this. What we experienced was only the purest mortal tribulation. Later on, what's done can't be undone. The two of us have already restrained each other. We can no longer interfere. Besides, he was earlier than us in the first place. By the time we discovered it, we were already too late. However, his tricks are not the right way. Wu Taijiang said, I believe that in the future, he will no longer be your opponent. Zhuo Chonglu was silent for a long time. He said, Now, we can only take one step at a time. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. So what? In fact, it will take at least a few decades for an official battle. Under such circumstances, can he make a move? No. Both sides are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. No one can make a move. But you said that he used an extreme method to take advantage of the situation. Do you mean that he will return earlier than the two of you? That's right. Then how many years can he be ahead of time? Zhuo Chonglu thought carefully. Perhaps in the next 1 or 2 years, he can be free. As for us, we will still be restrained here and cannot move for at least a few decades. Zhuo Chonglu said solemnly, This is also one of the most important reasons why I asked you to come here this time. He sighed softly. The last time Nan Xiaoxiong came, I didn't dare to tell him. That guy has a bad temper. Wu Taijiang gasped. If that's the case, won't we be in a state of emptiness for a few decades? Not to that extent, Zhuo Chonglu said. Let the tiger take over. Wu Taijiang murmured. I'm afraid the tiger can't take it. I didn't say to let him take over forever. Can't he maintain a balance for more than a decade? Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, besides, even if he returns, he used a trick after all. The luck extracted by the heavenly Tao is not small. It will take at least 10 years to make up for it. In other words, we don't have to consider the first 10 years? Wu Taijiang asked. That's right. Even if he reappears in the first 10 years, he will still be blind. Zhuo Chonglu said with certainty. Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. At his level of strength, how big of a difference does it make whether he's blind or not? A small difference is enough for the tiger. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, by the way, did you bring the life-prolonging pill I asked you to bring? Wu Taijiang said, I did. How many do you need? I've brought all 3 of them. One is enough. Any more and I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. It might even arouse Sky Shaman's vigilance. Zhuo Chonglu was a little helpless. He said, actually, just one is enough for Sky Shaman to react. However, it can still be considered normal. Any more, and it will be troublesome. How much lifespan can a life-prolonging pill extend for the blind man? Wu Taijiang was a little conflicted and also a little distressed. This kind of heaven-grade elixir was actually used to prolong the enemy's life. It was really too unreconciled. However, if he didn't extend his life, he could end the mortal tribulation and return at any time. That would be the start of the real trouble. Based on the basic effects of this elixir, it can extend a normal person's life for at least 1,000 years. However, for this guy, 11 is already the limit. His origin has already been depleted by himself. That's too cruel. Zhuo Chonglu said, that's still 100 years. Isn't that enough? Wu Taijiang was relieved. Not enough, not enough. Have you forgotten how that blind man is courting death? Zhuo Chonglu was speechless. He used the true spiritual aura observation technique. Anyone who observes aura will have their lifespan extracted. Even if his lifespan is increased by 100 years, it's definitely not enough for him to torture himself for long. 3 to 5 years should be the limit. Wu Taijiang was also speechless. This is really fucking. Can we think of a way to stop him from observing aura? Imprison him? Don't let him come into contact with the outside world. Wu Taijiang suddenly had a strange idea. What are you thinking? Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, how can we stop him? If we really do that, wouldn't we be telling him that we already knew? Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. If we could really do that, he wouldn't be blind now. Why would he need to use the life-prolonging elixir? I have many ways to make him live 1,000 years. But the problem is, who can withstand the backlash of the heavenly witchcraft? That's true. Here's the life-prolonging elixir. One is enough. Take the rest back. We can't waste them here, Zhuo Chonglu said. Okay. Wu Taijiang wanted to say something but hesitated. And this Phoenix game now. You must be careful. Wu Taijiang was a little worried. Your son and daughter are both peerless geniuses. If because of this... Zhuo Chonglu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, the heavenly Tao is balanced. The Dragon Phoenix tribulations rely on their own opportunities to pass through. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. I only asked you to come here one after another because of the destiny of his parents, but I can't do anything more than that. We can't interfere with the destiny of the heavenly Tao. Wu Taijiang sighed. It's difficult, really difficult. He felt that if he were Zhuo Chonglu, he would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The Phoenix tribulations come one after another, with each wave higher than the last. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, this is determined by one's destiny. Step by step, one pushes toward the path of nirvana. It's too common to die halfway. Rumor has it that in the past 30 million years, no one has successfully reached the end of the Phoenix tribulations. The path of the Phoenix tribulations is full of divergent paths. Most of them die on the road ahead, unable to continue. Not to mention that I'm powerless now. Even if I can protect them forever, they won't be phoenixes when they grow up. So Changlu's eyes flashed with sadness. Don't worry, I have a feeling that it'll work this time. Even if no one has succeeded in the phoenix tribulation since ancient times, it'll definitely work this time. Wu Taijiang comforted him. I think that kid in your family is a genius. He's really a powerful helper. With his despicable, shameless, and wretched personality, he's willing to use any means possible. Maybe he can reverse the situation and create a miracle. Are you trying to say something nice? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's temper, he couldn't help but smile warmly. My kid is indeed a huge variable. At the very least, even the two of us didn't expect him to be born. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded to the extreme. That kid is really your biological son? Isn't he like a girl? That? Zhuo Changlu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Wu Taijiang, that's my Zhuo Changlu's biological son. By blood. Really by blood. Zhuo Changlu emphasized several times. Wu Taijiang's eyes widened to the maximum. He suddenly jumped up. How? How is this possible? Zhuo Changlu's breathing became rough. He glared at Wu Taijiang fiercely and breathed through his nostrils. Why, can't I have a son? Wu Taijiang said in astonishment. But this is clearly impossible. Don't you understand the whole story? Zhuo Zhanglu took a deep breath and said, but it just so happened that we had a son. Wu Taijiang looked like he was struck by lightning. He said, impossible. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Zhuo Changlu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, you fucking, go hit your iron. At this moment, do, the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground was heard. In the distance, a blind man tapped the ground with a walking stick and walked slowly in the crowd. Well, today's third watch, please vote. Chapter 190. The moment he saw Blind Hong, Wu Tiejiang's pupils shrank. He immediately turned around to continue forging. His eyes were fixed on Blind Hong, and his mind was completely focused. Zhuo Changlu turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. He laughed heartily and said, Old Hong, why did you come here personally? As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Wu Taijiang immediately closed the door. He really wanted to smash this blind man to death with his hammer. Actually, he really wanted to smash this guy with the surnames Zhuo. Blind Hong rolled his eyes and coughed a few times. He looked even more senile and said, Boss Zhuo, do you have the jade of astral souls that I ordered last time? Yes. Come. Zhuo Changlu floated Blind Hong into the jade of astral souls shop and helped him to sit down. He said, I told you before. You're already so old. Why are you running around alone? Just give me a call and I'll send it to you. Tell me, why didn't you listen to me? Blind Hong tried to catch his breath. He was out of breath and said, Boss Zhuo, I've been lying at home all this time. It's not because of that. I really don't want to wait for death. Only by going out for a walk can I feel that I'm still alive. Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, You're right. Come, Old Hong. I happen to have the best tea here. It can help you replenish your vitality. Look at how weak your body is. Blind Hong said gratefully, all these years, it's all thanks to Boss Zhuo's kindness and support. If it weren't for your benevolence and generosity, helping me many times, I'm afraid my old bones would have been buried in the ground for a long time. Zhuo Changlu said unhappily, we've been brothers for many years. Don't treat me like an outsider. Come. This is a 700-year-old piece of ginseng. It's said that it can prolong your life. He helped Blind Hong into his shop and started to brew the tea. After a while, the rich fragrance of ginseng filled the air. Blind Hong sniffed and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He said in a deep voice, Boss Zhuo, this ginseng tea of yours is really extraordinary. It must be more than 700 years old, right? Zhuo Changlu picked up the teapot and filled the old blind man's cup. Old Hong, you have to take it easy. It's best if you only soak the first cup. Don't spill it and waste my good intentions. Blind Hong grinned with his toothless mouth and said happily, Of course, of course. She reached out her trembling hand to touch the teacup. He touched the teacup, but he touched the other side of the teacup instead of the handle. Blind Hong's trembling end caused the teacup to tilt naturally. With a splash, about a third of the tea spilled out. Ouch. Blind Hong hurriedly brought the remaining 2/3 of the tea to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, he felt his entire body relax. It was an indescribable comfort. He couldn't help but smack his lips in pity. What a pity. I actually wasted half a cup of this top-grade tea that can replenish vitality. What a waste. Zhuo Changlu looked at the spilled tea and sighed helplessly in his heart. It's okay. Come, there's more in the teapot. Boss Zhuo, your tea. Blind Hong could feel a gentle heat flowing through his entire body, constantly replenishing his body that had already deteriorated to the extreme. Even his broken meridians were beginning to regain their vitality. Moreover, this feeling of being filled with life continued to strengthen, benefiting him continuously. Slowly, there was a strange feeling of returning to youth. Your tea, Blind Hong said in shock. Boss Zhuo, your tea is obviously a peerless treasure. How can I, an old blind man, accept such great kindness? Old Hong, after so many years, there aren't many brothers that I can talk to. Moreover, I've always been a loner. Zhuo Changlu sighed. You're the only one who keeps in touch with me. We talk a lot, but your body is in such a state. Old Hong, you must take care of your body in the future. Take it as accompanying me and living for a few more days. 2 lines of tears slowly rolled down from Blind Hong's shriveled eyes. He groped and grabbed Zhuo Changlu's hand. Old Hong, Brother Zhuo, it's worth it to have a brother like you in my life. He was trembling. It was obvious that he was really moved. It's a pity that I, Blind Hong, have nothing to repay you with. He thought for a while and felt his body. He drank another cup of tea and slowly felt it. Then, he said softly, Old Zhuo, this cup of tea has really replenished a lot of my vitality. How about this? When it's convenient for you, let your son and daughter come over. I'll take a look at their lives. This is the only thing I can do for you. Blind Hong wiped his tears and said sincerely, Old Zhuo, you're a good man. Your life has been smooth sailing. There's no disaster to speak of. With my little ability, I'm the most powerless when it comes to people like you. However, I heard your son talking the last time I came. That's your son, right? The one who knows physiognomy? Yes, that's my son. That child's body is overflowing with the aura of a genius. However, his life is full of misfortune and calamities. Last time, I wanted to take a look at his face. However, I don't have much lifespan left. If I try my best, I'm afraid I'll die before I can take a look at his face. Blind Hong took a few breaths and said, This time, you've made up so much for me. There's a lot left. I'll take a look at his face. If there's anything that can't be avoided, I'll help to think of a way to avoid it. I've revealed too many secrets in my life. I'm destined to have no children and be alone. However, I also know that in a person's life, the person who thinks about the most is none other than his own child. As long as the child can be well, the parents and elders can be at ease. Blind Hong said, Old Zhuo, please don't reject me. Zhuo Changlu's face twitched. Old Hong, what are you saying? Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We're already at this age. It's better for us to take care of ourselves first. Blind Hong was displeased. Old Zhuo, are you looking down on me? You can give me such a life-prolonging treasure so easily. I'm only taking a small part of it to take a look at our child. What's the value of that? Do you still treat me as a friend? Zhuo Changlu's face was full of helplessness. He could only say, okay. When he comes next time, I'll let you take a look at him. Blind Hong opened his mouth and laughed. He was full of emotions. It's rare to have a true friend in life. It's even rarer to have a true friend who doesn't ask for anything. Old Zhuo, you're worth it. I, Blind Hong, have been used by others for so many years. I've been captured and taken to take a look at feng shui and aura. Those people, who would care about my lost lifespan? Blind Hong said with grief and indignation. Their lives are their lives. Is my life not also a life? Both of your eyes are blind, but you still won't let me go. Hee hee. Blind Hong grabbed Zhou Changlu's hand and said sincerely, You've replenished me with a lot of vitality. It's your kindness. However, the people who are watching me won't let go of this replenishment. It's destined to be consumed. Since it's going to be consumed anyway, why don't we use it on our child? Let's give our child more protection. Zhou Changlu looked up to the sky and sighed. Old Hong, can't we reject them once?
Reject.
Blind Hong laughed. Old Zhua, the first time I rejected them, I lost my left eye. The second time I rejected them, I lost my right eye. If I reject them again, I'll only be left with this life. It's either I die immediately or I'm at death's door. How do you want me to choose? Since ancient times, the only way is to die. Even though I know that I'm at death's door, I still want to live for 2 more years. Although this world is bitter, who would be willing to die when they're not supposed to? How can I be willing to die in peace? Blind Hong spent the entire afternoon in Zhou Zhanglu's shop. The two of them had a heart-to-heart talk for a long time. Next door, Wu Taijiang, who knew the inside story, was sweating profusely as he continued to forge. What the hell is going on? Wu Taijiang muttered to himself. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian parted ways. He rushed towards Second High alone. He walked out of the commercial street, crossed the main road, and entered the pedestrian street. He only needed to cross the pedestrian street and a few small alleys to reach the vicinity of Second High. Although these small alleys couldn't be used by cars, it wasn't a problem for people to walk on them. At this moment, there were quite a lot of people on the pedestrian street. It was bustling with activity. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be walking slowly, but was actually walking very quickly with the crowd for 100 meters. He could already see the small alley between the two buildings. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed something. In front of him, 4 people were walking towards him together. These 4 people were actually wearing retro robes. Their hair was tied up in buns, just like the ancient Taoist priests in TV dramas. They were full of rustic charm. One of them carried a long sword on his back, one held a folding fan in his hand, one held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, and the last one held a long string of prayer beads in his hand. The 4 of them talked and laughed along the way. Their faces were natural and unrestrained. What's more, the 4 of them didn't seem out of place as they walked on the pedestrian street. Instead, they exuded a kind of immortal aura that flowed to the outside world. It made people feel that the 4 of them weren't ordinary people at first glance. They should be the legendary Taoist priests. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, because at the moment he saw these 4 people, a few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Qi Watchers. They must be the so-called Qi Watchers. According to He Yuanyue, Qin Fongyang, and Li Qinglong, all the Qi Watchers were like this. Besides, Zhou Xiaoduo quietly felt the aura of these 4 people and came to a conclusion. These 4 people each had very profound strength. How could there be 4 Qi Watchers in Phoenix City at the same time? What were these 4 Qi-gazing warriors here for? Chapter 191. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was filled with doubts and astonishment. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at them. Not only did he see the aura of these 4 people, but he also saw from their faces that these 4 people had a thick aura of death lingering on their faces. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw these 4 people, they naturally saw Zhou Xiaoduo as well. One of them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He took a step forward and blocked Zhou Xiaoduo's path. He smiled from ear to ear and said, "Little brother, I see that your face is different from others." Face? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're just a Qi diviner. What face do you know? Besides, talking about face in front of Master Zhua was the same as showing off in front of God's secret. How dare you? When this person came over, the other 3 people also looked over. The moment they saw Zhou Xiaoduo, they were all stunned. This youngster's aura was really extraordinary. That aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Could it be that I had just arrived in Phoenix City and was just strolling around the pedestrian street to buy some daily necessities, And I actually met a genius of Phoenix City? Because of this, the four people couldn't help but surround him with interest. When the four of them moved, Duo immediately noticed that there was a surge of aura around him. It seemed that these four people not only had extraordinary abilities, but also had bodyguards secretly protecting them. They were definitely not ordinary people. Duo stopped and looked at the person in front of him with the innocent eyes of a young boy. He was very confused and said, "This? Taoist? What can I do for you?" The person who stopped Duo laughed and said, "Little brother, you're still a student, right? Where do you study?" "I'm a student." Duo's face was filled with surprise and curiosity. He blurted out without thinking, "I'm a student of number 1 middle school." "How did you know? How can you tell?" "Haha." The man squinted his eyes and laughed. "First high school student. What's your name?" "I'm Tung Hao." Duo gradually showed some impatience. "Why are you stopping me? What's the matter?" It's fine. Meeting you is fate. I'll give you a few words of warning. This meeting was not in vain." That person smiled and said, "Little brother, I see that your face doesn't look too good recently. I'm afraid that a bloody disaster will befall you in the next few days. Remember to avoid it." Duo almost laughed out loud. "So he's a liar." Duo snorted and said disdainfully, "Are you going to say, 'I'll give you some incense money, and you'll help me find the right path to avoid this bloody disaster?' There's no need for that. Just be careful." That person smiled faintly and looked at the top of Duo's head. He said, "Young man, your luck is not bad. You have a strong aura. I purposely made it clear that I wanted to form good karma with you." "Good karma?" Duo snorted and said, "I'll remember your reminder. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." That person laughed and handed over a business card. He said, "If you really encounter a bloody disaster, call me at this number." "Okay." Duo took the name card and looked at the four of them with vigilant eyes as if he had encountered a swindler. He slowly moved his body and rushed past them from the side. He ran away like a nimble rabbit. After drilling into the crowd twice, he disappeared without a trace. "What's wrong?" The other three people looked at the person who stopped Duo with interest. "Brother Feng, what did you see?" Brother Feng laughed and said, "Brother Jiang, Brother Wei, Brother Yin, what do you think? This young man is energetic and has a bright future." Brother Jiang smiled and said, "His green chi has begun to show. He's in the ascendant. His future is promising." Brother Feng, this good karma is formed at the right time. Brother Wei laughed and said, "It's a pity that he doesn't believe it. Besides, Brother Feng's way of striking up a conversation is too old-fashioned." "Bloody disaster, haha. Why didn't I see that there was a bloody disaster there just now?" Brother Feng said coolly, "This sort of thing like a bloodbath has always only existed in legends. How can it really be seen? Besides, we're chi-guessing scholars, not fortune-tellers." "Then why did you say it?" "There's a reason why I said it." Brother Feng said confidently, "First, this is a martial arts school student, and he's a genius. He's the best choice. Second, such a genius must be practicing with each other and going out to do missions every day. As for the so-called bloody calamity, although it can be a body full of cuts and bruises, it can only be a small injury. As long as he suffers the slightest injury during a spar or a mission, it can be said to be a bloody calamity, isn't it? Besides, I didn't say when he'll be injured. I just said in the near future. Logically speaking, such a martial arts school student will suffer a little injury and bleed a little. It might not happen every day, but in 8 to 10 days, it should happen once or twice. As long as it happens, it means that I can see it accurately." Brother Feng smiled faintly and said, "I believe that when the time comes, that kid will naturally come to me." "Fuck." The other three people said in unison, "You're purely a charlatan. This operation is very... So what if I'm a charlatan? The so-called fortune-telling, and trickery that has been passed down for so many years, aren't they all played like this? Chi-guessing has its own origin, but when it comes to fortune-telling, how many people in the whole continent can do it accurately? Is there really such a saying?" Brother Feng spoke eloquently. "When I see a worried face, I say, 'Aya, brother, Something bad has happened at home. Seeing a smiling face. Oh, congratulations. There's a happy occasion recently. Isn't this a normal operation? How is it a fancy operation? That's right. Let's wait and see if this kid will come back to you. The other three people couldn't help laughing. This kind of deception was really too funny. Duo left the four of them. As he walked, he looked at his fortune from a shop window on the side of the road. Bloody disaster, my ass. This bastard is just spouting nonsense. He's just fooling me. But these four people are undoubtedly chi-guessing warriors. Moreover, they stopped me because they wanted to form a good relationship with me. This should be true. I believe that any chi-guessing warrior with a small achievement can see that my momentum is strong. Duo frowned and pondered, however. It's a very bad thing to be seen through by others. Later, I have to find a way to hide it. Duo's mind raced as he suddenly remembered that night when he was on duty with Duoxiaoyan. The loot he got was the breath-concealing technique in his ring. I don't know if that book is useful. These days, because of Duoxiaoyan's matter, he had been so busy that he had forgotten about the book. If he hadn't met the four frauds today, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. That book should be useful for reference. Duo thought in his heart. That person has been living in seclusion in Phoenix City for so long and has never been discovered. He should have the ability to hide his momentum and cultivation. As for the specific level and how high it is, I don't know, but it should be effective. I'll try it when I get back from school today. Otherwise, when I meet these frauds in the future, they'll come up to talk to me one by one when they see my momentum. It'll be so annoying. People have so many troubles when they're too handsome. Sigh. Duo made a turn and entered the alley. He sped all the way to the second high school. It was almost 3 o'clock now, but he could still cultivate in the gravity room for 2.5 hours. Before entering the gravity room, he had to chat with his classmates in class and improve his relationship with them. He had to ask them if they had enough contribution points. He had to show some concern. He could also talk about his troubles and complain. Sigh, I have too many contribution points. I can't spend them all. I'm so worried. At this moment, the higher-ups of Second High were having a meeting. It was a small meeting, and there were no more than 20 people in attendance. However, every one of them was a core figure in Second High. Among them, there were only a few form teachers from the key classes. Yes, there was also Qin Fangya. The person in charge of the meeting was, of course, the old principal, He Yuanyue. When everyone arrived, they were all very respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The old principal had not called a meeting in person in Second High for many years. It must be something important to announce. Today, I've called everyone here for a very important meeting. Yuanyue coughed. The old principal's body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She was half lying in the wheelchair, and it seemed that she could only lean on the back of the wheelchair to support her neck. Qin Fangyang sat at the back. He felt his heart aching. She was haggard again. Qin Fangyang looked at her from below the stage. There was only endless pain and sadness in his heart. What I'm going to say is very important. How important is it exactly? Yuanyue smiled and said, it's probably about my entire life. Everything needs to be entrusted to all of you. When everyone heard this, their bodies stiffened subconsciously. What did she mean? Yuanyue said calmly, I've worked hard for my whole life in Second High, but I've also persevered for my whole life. Recently, my health has been getting worse and worse. I don't think I can hold on for much longer. There's not much time left for me to be conscious. At most, I have 1 year left. Yuanyue gently raised her hand and looked around, suppressing all the noisy voices. I hope that everyone will be able to quietly listen to me. Yuanyue said softly, I'm afraid that when I want to make arrangements in the future, I won't be able to speak, and I won't be conscious anymore. So, I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to explain all the things that I haven't done, the things that I'm worried about, the things that I'm regretful about, and the things that I hope to do. I'll make arrangements for all of them. Today was the birthday of Alliance Master Mo Luo Ruisheng. Happy birthday to him. Chapter 192. Everyone's face was covered with a layer of gloomy clouds. An inexplicable, sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire office. The eyes of Hu Ruoyun and many other female teachers immediately turned red, but they still tried their best to hold back their tears, not letting them fall. Qin Fengyang's heart suddenly tightened. My life's work was all in Second High. When I came to Feng City, Second High was in ruins. Under the previous principal's request, I rebuilt Second High from the ruins. I didn't dare to slack off for decades, and finally, Second High became what it is today. My life's work. He Yuanyue looked at Li Changjiang and said, "Now, Li Changjiang has succeeded as the principal. You are diligent and dedicated to your duties. I am assured that Second High will be supported by you in the future. Changjiang will follow the old principal's example and do his best for Second High." Li Changjiang stood up and said, almost as if he was making an oath, "I will not let Second High be humiliated because of me. Ruoyun can pass on my mantle." He Yuanyue looked up at Hu Ruoyun and said, "If I go, Ruoyun can inherit my position in Second High and take good care of Second High for me?" "Yes, old principal." Hu Ruoyun choked with sobs. "Vice Principal Liu, you helped me stabilize Second High in the past. Now, you are helping Changjiang to manage Second High. You have made great contributions. In the future, I still hope that Vice Principal Liu will not forget your original intention and be the same as before." The white-haired Vice Principal Liu stood up calmly, his eyes slightly red. "Yes, old principal. The thing I am most concerned about now is the teaching staff of Second High. In recent years, we have been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. This is a great humiliation. In the future, everyone has to be responsible for recruitment. If there are similar cases, the dedicated leaders can directly turn themselves into Starshield." He Yuanyue said, "In the future, we can consider recruiting some of the students who graduated from Second High. After all, they are the children that we have nurtured and trained. They can be trusted." "Yes. I hope that all the students who come to Second High will not lose the opportunity to study because of their poor family background." Everyone stood up in unison. "Yes. I hope that in the future, the students of Second High School will be more vigilant when they spar with each other inside the school and train outside the school. Try your best to ensure that the students' hearts and minds reach the standards of a warrior before they graduate. Regardless of whether they enter or drop out of school, their hearts and battle experience must be in place. I've seen a lot of cruelty in school, so I'll be able to handle it more easily when I'm in the martial world. The teaching staff must have the heart of a loving mother to guide the students earnestly, and must also have the heart of a strict father to teach the students strictly." "Yes." When He Yuanyue said this, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. She drank a mouthful of ginseng tea and opened her eyes tiredly. She said, "That's all for Second High's matters. Everyone, I hope you won't let me down. I will do my best." Everyone stood up together. "Next, there are some personal matters of mine, some regrets, and some unfinished business. It doesn't matter if any of you have the time, or if you have the opportunity, you can help me fulfill my wish. If not, then forget it," Yuanyue said softly. However, the people below all pricked up their ears. Everyone realized that this was the old principal's dying wish. They must help her fulfill it. "In this life, I once had a wish, and that was to set foot on the UMNO Alliance's mainland. In the UMNO Alliance's mainland, I'll wield my sword and travel everywhere. I'll kill one person in 10 steps, and I won't leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. It's a pity that this wish is too great. I'm destined to not be able to fulfill it. It can be said that this is the biggest regret of my life." He Yuanyue's eyes were filled with tears. Although the Sun Moon Pass is a pass for men, it's a pass for defense. He Yuanyue, cannot break into the UMNO Alliance's mainland to kill the enemy. This is the regret of my life. Qin Fengyang clenched his fists. He Yuanyue said solemnly, "Back then, I had 3 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. One of them has already been executed, and the other 2 have escaped without a trace. It's also the regret of my life that I can't kill them with my own hands." Qin Fengyang took in a deep breath. "Back then, I had an elder brother who was also a peerless genius. His name was Heejian. Back then, at the Sun Moon Pass, the Umno Alliance's plague was rampant, and there was no cure. My elder brother led 300 brothers and broke out of the Sun Moon Pass. They entered the Umno Alliance's territory in search of an antidote. In the end, only 10 out of the 300 survived. My elder brother was not among them. According to the soldiers who returned, my elder brother went missing in the Umno Alliance's mainland. No one knows where he is. My elder brother was the pride of my family, a hot-blooded man. However, he could not return to his hometown in life, and could not return to his homeland in death. I wanted to find him, but I was powerless. This is the regret of my life. Everyone was in an uproar. Heejian was actually the old principal's elder brother. Legend had it that he was already a cloud transformation realm cultivator. He wore a spotless white robe and led 300 men to break out of the Sun Moon Pass and kill their way into the Umno Alliance. He was Heejian. He was actually He-Yuenue's elder brother. Everyone couldn't help but respect him. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes revealed an uncertain expression. Heejian? He-Yuenue's elder brother? Elder brother? Qin Fangyang seemed to understand in an instant. It was elder brother, not big brother or elder brother. I understand now. I, He-Yuanue, have taught for dozens of years. Second high school students can be said to be all over the world. Countless good men of second high school have achieved great things in the Yinwu continent. My heart is filled with joy, but there are still some imperfections. Until now, no one in second high school has been able to shake the world and reach the ranks of the peerless geniuses in the continent. 200 years ago, young Master Blueblade appeared in the first high school. Today, in just a short 200 years, young Master Blueblade has become a hero above the cloud transformation realm. Young Master Blueblade is the pride of the first high school. Although our second high school has gone through many years of hard work and exhaustion, and many talents have emerged, we have never been able to surpass the first high school. This is because of young Master Blueblade's reputation. He-Yuanue said softly, "Everyone, please take good care of the students. I hope that in the near future, our second high school will also have a famous person who can shake the world. If there is such a seedling, I hope that there will be someone who can protect him and help him soar into the sky." He-Yuanue, many years of a dream. Li Changjiang said softly, "Old principal, the goddess of spiritual thoughts is also considered to be from second high school. It will not be difficult for her to soar into the sky in the future. We will do our best to help her." He-Yuanue shook her head. Spiritual thoughts spent very little time in second high school. Then, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect. She is a genuine member of the Kunlun Taoist sect. Our second high school will not go so far as to forcefully pull the golden face of others onto our own face. She is not a student of second high school, do you understand? Li Changjiang said repeatedly, "Yes, yes." He-Yuanue sighed softly, 100 years of white hair in a dream, gradually knowing how desolate the world of mortals is. The young ambition is still regretful, looking back, the vicissitudes of life. This seemed to be a poem, but He-Yuanue only read the first 4 lines and did not continue. She sat in silence for a long time and muttered, "Meeting adjourned." Qin Fangyang walked out of the meeting room in silence. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window outside and looked at the sunset outside. He did not speak for a long time. Stepping on the continent of the Umno Alliance, wielding a sword to travel the world, slaughtering the enemies who violated the border. This wish is the regret of my life. Back then, the 2 enemies who caused me to be unable to cultivate. I cannot kill them with my own hands. This is the regret of my life. My elder brother, Heejian, can't return to his hometown in life. He can't return to his homeland in death. This is the regret of my life. Our second high school can produce a signboard to protect him, to help him soar into the sky, to reach the clouds. He-Yuanue, many years of a dream. At this moment, the lake in Qin Fangyang's heart was rising and falling endlessly. His thoughts were surging, and it was difficult to stop. "I know, I completely know. You said all this with only one real intention, and that is to not let me die. You don't want me to go with you, that's all. I know, But how can I let you live in regret for the rest of your life? How can I let you die in peace? After you die, there will be no one in this world who is worthy for me to stay and be attached to. After you die, my heart will follow you. A person whose heart is dead will die even if he lives. You really put a lot of thought into this. You know what I care about the most, and you know what I look forward to the most. You also know that I can't reject any of your requests, especially. These are the regrets of my life. Qianqian, you're so ruthless. You made my determination to go with you, but it actually wavered. Qin Fangyang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. He looked at the sunset, but he did not move a single step. Lan Lan walked out of the office and looked at Qin Fangyang's back from afar. From the bottom of her heart, she felt an indescribable sense of desolation. That afternoon, Qin Fangyang did not wait for his students outside the gravity chamber. Zhou Xiaoduo carried weights and moved around in the gravity chamber. He wanted to familiarize himself with the current situation as soon as possible. In just one afternoon, Zhou Xiaoduo had used up 27 pieces of medium-grade Astral Soul's jade. Such a speed was simply inconceivable to him before this. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the aura within his body was surging and surging. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, mixed with the heat that could burn everything, was colliding and surging within his body. The two forces were constantly looking for a chance to break through. In just one afternoon, there were already 3 times when the qi in his body rushed to the Xiantian stage. It was as if Zhou Xiaoduo could break through with just a thought. It was so indescribably easy. It was unimaginably easy. However, Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and tried his best to force the qi that had reached the Xiantian stage back. He adjusted the qi back to his dantian and continued to flow through his meridians. This method was slightly easier the first and second time. It was not too difficult. However, on the third time, the qi was surging like never before. It was almost unstoppable. It was probably during this period that Zhou Xiaoduo continued to absorb the qi. The true origin in his body became more and more abundant. It was getting thicker and thicker. His dantian gradually felt full. Once he started to move, it was like the floodgates of the Yangtze River had been opened. It was unstoppable. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been suppressing the breakthrough, could clearly feel that his dantian was expanding bit by bit. He practiced his fists and legs with all his might. Galaxy Step, Dragon Gate Leg, Star Plucking Palm. He exhausted the surging qi in his body. However, as long as he circulated his qi, the true origin would immediately return and fill his dantian. Chapter 193. The speed of his recovery was becoming faster and faster. Therefore, it was more and more difficult to reverse the flow of vital energy. This operation is very similar to suddenly having the urge to fart in a very serious situation in front of a large number of people. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to find joy in his misery as he summed up this feeling. I know that this is the most serious situation. Once I do it, it'll be too embarrassing. I can't let it go, so I try my best to hold it in. Then, the qi will be forced back, go around in my body, and rush back again. Then, I hold it in again. Then, it will come back again. Again and again, wave after wave, higher than the previous one. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was working too hard. But it doesn't seem to be the same thing. If I hold it in for too long, it'll turn into a hiccup. But the true inner force won't have such a change. Also, if I hold it in for too long, once it goes out of control, it'll bring out other things. The true inner force won't bring out other things. Zhou Xiaoduo worked hard, trying to control the flow of the restless Shun Qi as he continued to cultivate. Generally, he would laugh out loud at his own random thoughts. I'm so talented. I can't believe I've thought of such a serious matter of breaking through as a fart. Zhou Xiaoduo held it in 5 times until he finished cultivating in the gravity room. He felt that his dantian had been blown up like a pig's urine bubble. It was full of qi. Yes, true inner force. This was the only time he had done it since he entered the gravity room. Duo pushed the door open and walked out, sweating profusely. Once he saw the outside air, more sweat gushed out from his hair. He shook his head, and countless drops of water fell in all directions. Teacher Gu was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you holding your legs? Are you hurt anywhere? Duo's legs were clamped tightly, and he almost moved them out. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just about to break through. Holding it in a few more times will increase my potential. Duo explained with a hollow laugh. Break through to the innate stage? Yes. So you plan to hold it in. Hold it in a few more times? Teacher Gu was taken aback. Could it be that this brat was really a prodigy, breaking through so soon? Yes. Even if I control myself and don't break through, what does that have to do with you clamping your legs? Teacher Gu frowned and looked at him. You're holding it in and not breaking through, not holding it in and not farting. What you should be doing now is relaxing your whole body. Huh. Duo's eyes widened. Relax. If you clamp your legs like this, it will only make your body more tense and sensitive. Only when your true energy is in a relaxed state can you better control it. Look at you. You look like you have shit all the way to your anus, but can't find the toilet. What are you trying to do? Teacher Gu was furious. Do you need to clamp your legs together to hold your breath? Are you taught by Teacher Qin? Duo's face twitched. She obediently relaxed her legs and acted as if nothing had happened. She then pretended to jump a few times before she said with relief, Isn't it because I don't have any experience? Instinctively, I thought of the story of how you can't fart during the school assembly. Even someone as thick-skinned as Duo felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Duh. Teacher Gu gave him a thumbs up. What a talent. As she spoke, she went to open the other doors and dragged Wan Lixio and the others out. As usual, these guys had trained themselves until they were half useless. They couldn't even walk on their own. The 5 of them lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their faces were pale. Teacher Gu came back and looked at the 5 of them. She said in surprise, Not bad. Each of you is on the verge of breaking through. However, you're still some distance away from controlling your own breakthrough. Long Yuxing lay on the ground and said with difficulty, We will definitely catch up to him. The others didn't even have the strength to nod. They just snorted a few times. They were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. It's understandable that they're sleeping, but why are you still sleeping? Teacher Gu's mind was full of questions. She kicked Li Zhongming. You've been in deep sleep for 5 hours. Why are you still sleeping? Li Zhongming said with difficulty, Teacher Gu, I'm really resting when I'm sleeping now. Sleeping inside is cultivating. It's different. Teacher Gu rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to sleep. Stand up. Look at how fat you are. You're so careless. The others have trained themselves to death, but you're still sleeping. She kicked Li Zhongming mercilessly. She didn't touch the others. She just kept kicking Li Zhongming. Even though they were exhausted, Li Qinglong, Wan Lixio, and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. However, no one was willing to defend Li Zhongming. Teacher, Li Zhongming is cultivating the Great Dream Divine technique. It's a family technique. Sleeping is cultivating. No one said this sentence. Yes, they wouldn't say it even if they were beaten to death. They just like to see the little fatty get beaten up. It was pleasing to the eye. Duo was obviously getting used to the current situation. He came out a little earlier than the others, so he had recovered some of his energy. He went to get 2 buckets of cold water, grabbed the 5 people by their hair, and pushed them into the buckets. He pressed them up and down and bullied them. Okay. Spare me. The 5 of them were in a sorry state. However, they recovered some of their strength with the help of the cold water. They stood up shakily. They looked at each other. Each of them looked like a drowned rat. They laughed together and were full of energy. Duo's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the crowd. The moment he saw Long Yuxing, he suddenly frowned. Long Yuxing's face was full of black smoke. Bad luck was on his head, and it was slowly gathering. It was almost tangible. This was a disaster, and it was a great disaster. This was a real disaster of blood. Duo's face suddenly became serious. School is over. Juan Licio shouted happily. Let's go. Wait a moment. Zhuo Duo led the way in front. All of you, follow me. Okay. The few of them followed behind. They walked until they were under a tree not far from the classroom. Zhuo Duo said in a deep voice, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, you guys go home. I have some private matters to discuss with Long Yuxing. Li Chenglong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After a pause, he said, Okay. He pulled Li Changming and Yu Moyan away. What's the matter? Long Yuxing's matter is our matter. Why are you pulling us away in such a hurry? Yu Moyan and Li Changming expressed their dissatisfaction. Why don't you guys understand? Zhu's meaning behind his words is that he doesn't need us now. Why are you guys so gossipy? Do you think we'll let you go when we need to do something? Li Chenglong said, Just wait patiently. Long Yuxing and Juan Licio looked solemn as they watched the three of them walk away. Zhua, is this what you said a few days ago?
Yes.
Zhua Xiaoduo's face was heavy. Xiaolong, did you go home and tell them what I told you a few days ago? Long Yuxing frowned. When I got home, the first thing I did was to tell my father, my grandfather, and my uncles. But they didn't believe me. They didn't want to move. Sigh. As early as a few days ago, Zhuo Xiaoduo told Long Yuxing to remind his family to move to avoid disaster. Long Yuxing had obviously tried very hard, but it was useless. There were usually two situations. One was that people achieved something through hard work, and the other was that no matter how hard they tried, they still didn't achieve the desired result. Similarly, it was all about people. The former was a blessing, but the latter was most likely a tragedy. The black gas between your eyebrows is getting more and more solid. I'm afraid it will come true in the next few days. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, something big will happen in these 4 days. Long Yuxing, no matter what method you use, you must make your family leave your old house. Make sure that no one is at home in these 4 days. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. What you're going to face is a regional disaster, not a man-made disaster. As long as you hide, you can avoid it. Why don't you hide? Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned, expressing his confusion. Long Yuxing was so depressed that he wanted to die. You don't know how stubborn my grandfather and father are. But then again, they haven't seen your ability with their own eyes, so they don't believe in the saying of disaster falling from the sky. Now that the old principal has endorsed me, they still don't believe me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I also used the old principal's endorsement to persuade them, but they just don't believe me. What can I do? Long Yuxing was extremely uncomfortable. I even thought of using force, but with my current strength, even if I use force, I can't do anything. Each of them can easily beat me up. Everyone could see Long Yuxing's powerlessness. Juan Licio was also anxious at the side. You can't say anything else. I'll give you a way, an effective way. Long Yuxing was overjoyed when he heard this. He said happily, Boss, you have a way. Tell me quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Juan Licio. You'll be the one to do it. Juan Licio was stunned, and then her face turned red. Me? You're the most effective way. You're their future daughter-in-law. Everyone in the old Long family has to give you some face, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. You'll think of a way to get everyone to hide and avoid the most dangerous 4 days. Juan Licio was shy, embarrassed, and anxious. If you want me to step forward, I can do it. But what can I do? Traveling. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a flash of inspiration as he thought of his parents. No. Long Yuxing shook his head. I just came back last month. Dinner? Or a party? As Zhuo Xiaoduo was talking, he suddenly felt an aura coming from above and then from below. It became more and more turbulent. He subconsciously clamped his legs together, and his face twisted. Wait for me. It's coming again. Chapter 194. Oh? Long Yuxing and Juan Licio asked with concern. Zhuo, is your stomach uncomfortable? Didn't you bring any tissues?
No.
Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. I'm holding my breath. Wan Lixio blushed and rolled her eyes. Long Yuxing was also speechless. Are you going to break through again? Can you not make an expression like you have diarrhea when you're guiding your true spirit qi? Well, how many times have you done this? No. You'll know when it's your turn. Duo rolled his eyes and squeezed his legs together. He tilted his head and the muscles on his face twitched. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Okay, let's continue, da. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing couldn't look at each other anymore. The crisis was over, and Xiaoduo's mind became flexible. Xiao, why don't you see if you can persuade your father? Why? The two families are gathered together. What kind of social gathering is this? Both of your families are related. It's logical to find a reason to make an appointment. Long Yuxing is too young, and the elders in the family don't trust him. But if you come forward and persuade your family, the effect will be different. Xiaoduo said, but even if my father comes forward, he can only invite Long Yuxing and his family. Other than his parents, who else can he invite? Wan Lixio was melancholy. The other uncles and Grandpa Long won't come. There's no excuse to invite all of them, especially Grandpa Long, he's an elder. Then let your grandpa invite them. Xiaoduo said, you can find any reason. For example, you found a good holiday villa, and the two families can go out and relax for a few days. Isn't this a normal invitation? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, you make it sound so easy. Who is my father? He's the governor of Phoenix City. Phoenix City is in a perilous situation now. Go out and relax for a few days? It's hard to even spare a day of free time. Xiaoduo knew that Wan Lixio was telling the truth and couldn't help but secretly worry. What kind of method should he think of to transfer this family out? The timing had to be precise. Xiaoduo steeled his heart and activated the Deva Eye to look at Long Yuxing's face. Long Yuxing. Tomorrow night at midnight, he would encounter the aftermath of a great battle. His clan would be destroyed overnight. Tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? Xiaoduo was shocked by the result. So fast. It was fortunate that he had taken a second look. Otherwise, the Long clan would have been finished. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuxing or Wan Lixio, it was impossible for them to decide and take action today. Long Yuxing, I remember that your family's cultivation method is the Silver Dragon Heart technique, which can only be changed after reaching the innate stage, right? Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Then, do you know the specific characteristics of this cultivation method? Of course it has its special characteristics. It's even very strong. It's said that when one reaches the peak, a silver dragon will appear with one attack. At the final level, millions of silver dragons can appear at the same time. It's earth-shaking and earth-shattering, covering the sun and sky. Long Yuxing coughed and said, but this is what my grandfather told me. I don't know if it's true or not. My family has kept this cultivation method. Until now, it seems that only a certain great-grandfather from many generations ago has practiced to the third level. My grandfather, my father, my uncles. Actually, they haven't been able to officially enter. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed. They haven't officially entered. It's a bit of a trap. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Long Yuxing was a little embarrassed and said, in the younger generation of my family, I'm the only one who has the chance to reach the innate stage before the age of 18. Then I'll try the Silver Dragon Heart technique to see if it fits. The others have already confirmed that they can't. Alas, Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, you can definitely do it. There's no doubt about that. Definitely? Long Yuxing said in surprise. He now firmly believed in Xiaoduo's physiognomy. Well, you can definitely do it. By the way, how many levels are there in your family's Silver Dragon Heart technique? Xiaoduo asked curiously. 12 levels. Cough, cough, cough. Long Yuxing was extremely embarrassed. 12 levels? Then the most powerful person in your family has only practiced to the third level? Are you kidding? Xiaoduo was shocked. How useless was that? Cough, cough. My great-grandfather is said to have practiced to the peak of the nascent Soul Grandmaster level. But then he got stuck. Long Yuxing was also very embarrassed. Nascent Soul. Grandmaster. Xiaoduo's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets. In the past generations, The most powerful person was only at the peak of the nascent soul grandmaster level? It had to be said that Master Zhuo was very arrogant now. He dealt with nascent soul cultivators every day and subconsciously thought that nascent soul cultivators were just cabbages that could be found everywhere. Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said angrily, "Boss, who is the most powerful person in your family? What level is he at?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned and murmured, "You asked the right question. You have ancestors to talk about. I don't know who my ancestors are." My dad didn't say. Master Zhuo was embarrassed and angry. "I'm talking about your family's big matter. Why are you interrupting? Don't you know that people will die if you talk nonsense?" Long Wan and the other two rolled their eyes in unison. They didn't know who was the one who interrupted first. Who was the one who couldn't compare? "Let's do this and do this and do this, and naturally everything will be fine," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Come with me now." "We have to hurry up and find something. In any case, before tomorrow's dinner, your family can't stay at home anymore. No matter what, you have to go back in the morning of the day after tomorrow." Long Yuxing was shocked. "The great calamity will happen tomorrow night?" "Yes, it will happen tomorrow night. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly." The three of them hurried out of the school gate. It was already dusk. The three of them rushed directly to Zhuo Chonglu's Astral Soul Stone Shop. Zhuo Chonglu was about to lock the door. "Dad." Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead and rushed over. Zhuo Chonglu turned his head. "Why are you here?" "These two are my classmates." Zhuo Xiaoduo introduced them. Wan Lixio and Long Yuxing bowed respectfully at the same time. "Hello, Uncle Zhuo." Wan Lixio looked at Zhuo Chonglu and thought, "Zhuo Xiaoduo's father is so handsome. No wonder Zhuo Xiaoduo is not ugly. But this kind of calm temperament, this kind of mature demeanor, why didn't Zhuo Xiaoduo learn it?" "What's the matter?" Zhuo Chonglu greeted Wan Lixio and the others, then asked Zhuo Xiaoduo, "Tell me, what's the matter? Are you interested in something in my shop again?" "It's like this. We have an urgent matter and need a piece of dragon skin," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Dragon skin?" Zhuo Chonglu's eyes widened. This time he was really surprised. "Dragon skin? This thing. Do you think your father has it?" "No, it's fine as long as it's similar. It doesn't matter even if it's fake." Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Zhuo Zhonglu to the side and explained everything to him. Zhuo Chonglu finally understood. "This matter can't be delayed. But I really don't have the thing you want." "Oh, why don't you understand? It's just an excuse. Say that you've found the true dragon's vein or the true dragon's hidden treasure. It's fine as long as it's similar. As long as you can get the whole family to go out and work for the whole night tomorrow, it'll be fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo simply revealed the whole truth of the matter. Zhuo Zhonglu fell into deep thought. It's not appropriate. This method doesn't solve the root of the problem. The most important thing is that it may not work. Once it's exposed, the Long family's anger is secondary. It's more important that they can't save the lives of the whole family. Zhuo Zhonglu was worthy of being called Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. He was a wily old fox. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea for his son. "You think of a way. Find a few experts and destroy the Long family tonight. Won't that be enough? The whole family doesn't have a place to stay. They can't stay in the ruins, right? Won't everything be solved then?" "Oh." Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped his forehead. This really woke him up from his stupor. "Not bad, not bad. It's much easier to operate this way." Zhuo Xiaoduo was infinitely regretful. "Why didn't I think of this? Dad, you're so smart. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is." Zhuo Zhonglu snorted and unhurriedly closed the door. He thought, "Your father has demolished more houses than you have ever seen. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. I'm afraid that I'll still be rich even if it's tens of thousands of times more." Was there a need to think about this kind of thing? Wasn't it just a matter of a slap? He actually had to deal with the dragon skin treasure map, the true dragon's land, and all kinds of complicated things. Why bother thinking about it? Then let's hurry back to the school and find Mr. Qin. He must be familiar with this work. He hasn't done anything yet. Speaking of this kind of rough work, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately thought of Qin Fangyang. Mr. Qin was undoubtedly the best choice for a hired thug. After midnight, He directly covered his face and rushed over. I'll give Mr. Chin a call first, in case this old man is lonely and goes out to fool around again. The three little fellows ran off like a wisp of smoke. From afar, Zhuoxiao's voice could be heard. Dad, I'll be home late for dinner tonight. Remember to leave some food for me. Leave more. I'm starving to death. Zhuochanglu. He's really raising a pig. He's so old, but he doesn't know how to eat vegetables. He only knows how to eat and drink from me. Zhuochanglu sighed. But this kid reminded me of a lot of things when he talked about the dragon skin. Zhuochanglu, who was about to lock the door and go home, suddenly turned around and strolled to the blacksmith's door. The clanking of iron inside suddenly stopped. Wu Tiejiang's bronze face stuck out. What's the matter? Nothing. You look tired. So I wanted to ask if you'd like to go home with me for dinner? Zhuochanglu was now a little enthusiastic about treating people to dinner. Wu Tiejiang's face suddenly changed. Brother, I have diarrhea today. I won't disturb you. Monthly subscription and recommendation tickets. Chapter 195. Zhuochanglu leaned against the door and didn't go in. He just smiled and said, Yesterday, I went home and told Yuding about it. She was very happy that you could come. She also said that although the eternal gold refined from the 1,000 fantasy gold is good for hammering, it's too obvious and will attract too much attention. It's not good for the child because it's not hidden enough. As for your hammer, the material is actually enough for little Duo to make a hammering surface. But she was too embarrassed to say it, so she wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you in person. No problem. Wu Taijiang patted his chest and said, There's no need for a meal for such a small matter. Saying that I thank you in person is too much. Brother, you're looking down on me too much. I'll just use that material for my nephew. It's not a big deal. But his heart was bleeding. That was eternal iron that was immune to all damage. Compared to the 1,000 phantasm gold, or even the indestructible gold, this is a top-grade material that is much rarer. How many experts yearn to have a weapon made of eternal iron? I finally managed to find some stock, and you actually want to use it to hammer with such a big hammer. My stock would at most be enough to handle it. It's really like going back to square one. Well, actually, there's another thing that your sister-in-law wants to tell you. And the chain. It's a hammer that weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Such a thin chain, even if it's made of eternal iron. I'm afraid it's not strong enough, Zhuochanglu said. Wu Tiejiang's face turned pale and he said eagerly, Brother Zhuo, eternal iron is strong enough. Stupid. I'm just trying to save some eternal iron for you. Zhuochanglu expected better from him and said, Why are you so ungrateful? Wu Taijiang said, Then tell me. Indeed, he was a little reluctant. It would be better if he changed the material. Well, I remember that you once got the tendon of a one-horned divine dragon. I remember that Pomelo gave it to you back then, right? He wanted to use a whip, but I remember that I stopped him. So it was kept. It's been in your hands all this time, right? Am I right? Zhuochanglu was deep in thought. Wu Taijiang was already dumbfounded, and his entire body stiffened. Zhuochanglu said with a gratified look on his face, Well, I'm a man of foresight. I've already thought of this many years ago. You can use the Flood Dragon's tendon and the Eternal Iron to make the chain. Look, I've saved you a lot of materials. Wu Taijiang was already dumbstruck. After a long while, he quivered and begged, Brother Zhuo, that's my trump card. What's your trump card? Zhuochanglu was surprised. When did Pomelo say he was going to give it to you? At that time, I kept it. It was originally mine, okay? His expression immediately turned ugly. You want to embezzle my things? Wu Taijiang had the urge to commit suicide on the spot to atone for his sins. How did it become yours? It's been in my ring for so many years, and I've never been willing to use it. How did it suddenly become yours? However, I wouldn't dare. That's right. Zhuochanglu said, that dragon tendon is dozens of feet long. After you've made 2 hammers, there will still be 4 or 5 meters left. Brother Zhuo. Wu Taijiang bowed and said with tears in his eyes, Your nephew said that the chain only needs to be 10 meters long. That dragon tendon is 700 feet long, 210 meters long. If you take away 20 meters, there should be 190 meters left. Why do I only have 4 or 5 meters left? Zhuo Changlu said angrily, Wu Taijiang, you really want to embezzle? My son clearly said that dozens of meters were enough. Then he sighed. You can make a mechanism in the middle. You can swing it 10 meters, or 20 meters, or 30 meters. Isn't that enough? Wu Tiejiang's heart ached. How many meters do I need? 50 meters each. A total of 100 meters. I'll leave you 110 meters. That should be enough, right? Zhuo Changlu said angrily. I knew that craftsmen like you usually like to keep good materials from customers. I didn't expect you, Wu Taijiang, to be such a person. Fine, fine. I'll leave you half. Wu Taijiang hung his head dejectedly. Okay, if your nephew wants to use it in the future, he'll come to you for it. Okay. Wu Taijiang made up his mind. After I finish this job, I'll immediately go far away. I'll make sure your family can't find me for the rest of their lives. You want the rest? Dream on. Is there anything else? Wu Tiejiang's face was ugly.
Yes.
There's more? Wu Tiejiang's eyes bulged. Zhuo Changlu looked embarrassed and embarrassed. He said, Look at your niece's sword. We're only talking about making a sword, but a sword needs a scabbard. Otherwise, it won't be beautiful. Besides, a girl carrying a lightsaber doesn't look good, does she? Your sister-in-law remembers that you seem to have obtained the dark vermilion bird's fur. Dark vermilion bird? That was a mythical beast in the legends. It was only one level lower than the legendary phoenix. Because of this, the dark vermilion bird had another name, Ice Phoenix. The scabbard made of ice phoenix feathers was not just a matter of beauty. As long as it was worn, it could absorb the power of the ice attribute between heaven and earth at any time and instill it into the body of the owner. Even if it couldn't hold it, it would wash the meridians over and over again to strengthen the meridians. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure that all ice attribute warriors dreamed of. Countless people only wanted to get an ice phoenix feather and would wake up laughing in their dreams. But here, they wanted to make a scabbard. Wu Tiejiang's face twitched. His heart ached to the extreme, and his face changed constantly. Why don't we talk after dinner? Let your sister-in-law talk to you personally? Zhuo Changlu said. No problem. Wu Taijiang immediately patted his chest. It's just a scabbard. It won't be used much. I'll make it for my niece. He had already taken out the flood dragon tendons, so he didn't lack this little bit. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion that he would bleed profusely, so he might as well be straightforward. Brother, you're too kind. Zhuo Changlu was a little regretful. It's a pity that you're too shy. You said that it wouldn't take much effort to have a meal at home. Wu Taijiang laughed bitterly. He didn't dare to open his mouth, for fear that he would spit out his gallbladder if he did. Little Bear Nan went to have a meal, and now he was so scared that he ran to the Umno Alliance to stir up trouble. How would I dare to go? I have a small family, a pauper, and small arms and legs. If I really went to eat this meal, I'm afraid as he thought about it, he shuddered a few times. I can't stay here for long. I won't sleep or cultivate at night. I'll do my best to work. As long as I finish forging these two little guys' weapons, I'll leave immediately. I won't stay for even a quarter of an hour. Hey, your sister-in-law said. Zhuo Changlu said. My sister-in-law? Wu Tiejiang's face had turned pale. He stuttered, brother. My sister-in-law? What else did she say? Your sister-in-law said that the scabbard shouldn't be made too gorgeous. It's not good to be recognized at a glance, right? It'll be robbed. Your niece's cultivation is too weak. Zhuo Zhanglu sighed and said, Your sister-in-law is really worried about her son and daughter. She spoils them too much. Sometimes, I can't stand it. I can't stand it even more. Wu Taijiang was cursing in his heart, but he was relieved on the surface. As long as they didn't take anything out, everything was fine. He patted his chest again and said boldly, Brother, go back and tell sister-in-law to relax. I'll take full responsibility for this matter. I've worked for so many years. How can I not think of this? That's good, that's good. Zhuo Changlu said, then I'll go back and tell sister-in-law that you've agreed to apply a layer of dark magic silver. Thank you, brother. This will solve a big problem. Dark magic silver? Wu Taijiang had difficulty breathing. When did I agree? What did you say? Alas, I'm getting old, and my hearing isn't as good as it used to be. It must be because I'm tired. Perhaps I'll have to ask my sister-in-law to help me look after the store. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is better at doing business than me. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled helplessly. Don't. Wu Tiejiang's voice changed. Brother, you're too modest. You're so energetic. How can you be tired? We men can't shoulder everything just because we're tired. We can't let women do it. Wu Taijiang said seriously, it's just a little bit of dark magic silver. It's not that you didn't hear it clearly. It's that I didn't say it clearly. It's my fault. You must tell sister-in-law not to worry. Don't worry. That's good, that's good. Zhuo Changlu nodded and said embarrassedly, isn't it a little too troublesome? It's too much to ask for, he. No, it's not troublesome at all. Of course. Wu Taijiang said honestly, brother, it's not early anymore. Look. Okay, I'll go home now. Zhuo Changlu said helplessly. I wanted to ask you out for a drink, but you refused. Sigh, it's been hard on you. Look, I brought you a bottle of Erguo. I remember that you like to drink it. It's century-old Niuer. Look at this bottle. It's full of royal style. Zhuo Changlu took out a bottle of wine and handed it over. Brother, don't be shy. Take it and drink to your heart's content. I have more here after you've finished. Such good wine. Wu Tiejiang's bronze face was trembling. He forced himself to be surprised. How can I accept this? It's okay. We're brothers. Drink as much as you want. I don't dare to promise you anything else, but I have enough good wine. Zhuo Changlu laughed. He thought for a while and left after confirming that there was nothing left. Before he left, he patted Wu Tiejiang's shoulder affectionately. Brother, you've worked hard. Wu Taijiang entered the blacksmith shop. He sighed and put the Erguo on the table. He looked at it carefully, unscrewed it, and smelled it. He couldn't help but go crazy. Oh my God, it's really an ordinary Erguo. What a loss. If anyone knew that I personally went out to forge, paid the Dark Devil silver, Flood Dragon tendons, Ice Phoenix wings, and Eternal iron, in exchange for a bottle of 30 yuan Erguo, I reckon those people would go crazy. Chapter 196. Slap. With a slap, he cut off the mouth of the bottle and muttered, no matter what, this is still a wine from 1 meter higher sky. Just this point alone is enough to comfort me for the rest of my life. I can't waste it. He looked up and the bottle of wine started to gurgle. What kind of wine is this? It's so fucking disgusting. Wu Taijiang wiped his mouth and muttered to himself after finishing a bottle of wine in one go. Forget it. I have to hurry up and work. These two swords are about to take shape. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others returned to second high like a whirlwind. Qin Fangyang was already waiting at the school gate. What's the hurry? It's a big matter. We're at our wits' end. We can only rely on you, Teacher Qin. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang and told him everything. I can only ask you to tear down Long Yuxing's old house tonight, the kind that doesn't leave anything behind. Not only do you have to tear down everything on the ground, even the basement can't be spared. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Zhuo Xiaoduo, am I your teacher or your hired thug? Can't you find someone else to do this dirty and tiring work? As a form teacher, he was going to tear down a student's house? Qin Fangyang felt that he might be the first form teacher in history. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would also be the end of the line. He didn't know whether to call him a legendary form teacher or a weirdo. Teacher Qin, you have to understand that you're not tearing down a house. You're saving a life. Zhuo Xiaoduo advised with a sincere face. With a thud, Long Yuxing knelt down. Teacher Qin, please help me. Please go and tear down my house. Sigh. Qin Fangyang was speechless. Child, you're begging me to tear down your house and even kneeling in front of me. This is too strange, isn't it? You really saw through it? You're not joking? Qin Fangyang frowned and looked serious. Zhuo, you can't joke about this. Teacher Qin, just tell me if you believe in my physiognomy. Zhuo looked hurt. Please believe in your students. In the future, if you really become famous, I reckon that with a student like you, the name Qin Fangyang will definitely go down in history. Qin Fangyang sighed. I can already imagine what the history books will say about me. What about you? Have students all over the world, the best and only one? Zhuo's interest was aroused. Best and only one person? He was indeed the only one. The history books must have recorded it like this. Back then, Zhuo, a heretical demon whose name shook the world, was known for cheating, stealing food, drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and committing all kinds of crimes. His first teacher was said to be Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang observed a moment of silence for his foreseeable future and shook his head with a sigh. Zhuo was dumbfounded. Puhahaha, the soul person, Long Yuxing and Wanli Shou laughed out loud. After receiving Qin Fangyang's promise, Zhuo could finally go home and have dinner in peace. However, Teacher Qin actually looked down on me and slandered my clean and righteous name. This is simply unbearable. Zhuo was furious. It was probably because of this grievance that she ate an extra bucket of rice in the evening and was ridiculed by Mother Zhua again. During his cultivation at night, Zhuo suppressed his innate qi several times. Well, it had only been one day, and he had already suppressed it more than 10 times. How many times did he have to suppress it before it would stop? Zhuo was also quite melancholy about this. Teacher Qin only said that the more times he suppressed it, the better. However, he didn't say how many times he had to suppress it. Zhuo didn't know that Qin Fangyang didn't expect this at all. For an ordinary person, it was already quite rare to be able to suppress it 3 to 5 times before breaking through to the innate realm. Those who could suppress it 8 to 10 times could be considered as geniuses with a bright future in the whole continent. When these people suppressed their breakthrough, they didn't have to suppress it several times a day. After all, suppressing a breakthrough was equivalent to temporarily cutting off the road ahead. They had to reaccumulate spiritual energy, absorb it, cultivate, and consume it. No matter what, it would only happen once every 10 days or half a month, right? At the very least, in the most ideal situation, it would happen once a week. Who would have thought that a freak like Zhuo would be able to suppress the opportunity to break through more than 10 times in a single day? If Qin Fangyang knew about this, he would probably tell Zhuo that it was time for him to break through and stop causing trouble. However, Qin Fangyang didn't know at all. How could such a terrifying thing happen? What he could think of. He would ask this kid if he felt like breaking through again after a week. Then, he would analyze the specific situation. This was a more normal situation. 10 times a day? Not to mention 10 times a day. Even if it was 10 times a week, it would still be shocking. Thought it was that very night? In the Qingyu building. 4 figures appeared here as if they had appeared out of thin air. Each of them was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves and had an immortal aura. 4 middle-aged men flew in through the window without asking. Junior sister. The 2 men in the lead smiled and greeted her. Hello, senior sister. The other 2 saluted respectfully. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, 7th junior brother, 5th junior brother. You are all here. Mu Yinyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw them. She only felt that the burden on her shoulders had been lifted a lot. You all came together? That's really great. Senior sister Mu, you greeted eldest senior brother and second senior brother first. That's fine, but when you greeted us, why is 7th junior brother in front of me? 5th junior brother? 5th junior brother was a thin, middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked dissatisfied. Do you have a problem with me? 5th monkey. Mu Yinyan laughed and scolded. You really don't have a single moment of honesty. If you continue to speak nonsense, see if I don't beat you up. Seventh junior brother chuckled. What kind of relationship do I have with senior sister Moo? Fifth senior brother, you are far too lacking. Eldest senior brother had a square face with 3 strands of black beard. Smiling, he said, Old fifth, old seventh, don't cause trouble. If your senior sister didn't have a big matter, how could she have called us all here? Second senior brother looked much more serious. His face was almost devoid of flesh, and he even looked a little wooden. Clearly, he was normally a very serious person. Junior sister Moo, what exactly is the matter? Moo Yin smiled and said, Let me first hold a welcoming dinner for senior and junior brothers. Let's go. I have already booked a restaurant. I will let you all have a taste of this world. The 4 disciples looked at each other, their hearts filled with suspicion. Junior sister Moo immediately spoke of welcoming them and did not mention anything important. Clearly, she had some misgivings. Could it be that in this place, they could not even speak? The door opened. Meng Chenyu bounced in. Master, are you going out? Let me send you out. Seeing that there were so many people in the room, she immediately let out a cry of surprise, saying, These. Mu Yinyan smiled, then her face sank and scolded with a smile. Naughty! These are your martial uncles and martial uncles. This is eldest martial uncle. This is second martial uncle. This is fifth martial uncle, and this is seventh martial uncle. Quickly greet them. Meng Chanyu was given a fright and quickly saluted them one by one. This is the female disciple you accepted in Phoenix City? Sure enough, she is very clever. This is our first meeting. Eldest senior brother laughed and reached into his pocket. Everyone, eat first. If there is anything, we can talk after eating. Mu Yinyan smiled and said, Chunyu, you go practice first. I have not seen your martial uncles and martial uncles for a long time, so we need to properly chat. Don't be naughty. There will be a greeting gift for you. When your senior sister Nian arrives tomorrow, you too can ask your martial uncles for it. Otherwise, your martial uncles and martial uncles will be embarrassed tomorrow. I will tell you, little girl, your martial uncles and martial uncles all have plenty of good things. Let's see how much you two can pull out tomorrow. Eldest senior brother helplessly smiled and said, Looking at this situation, I fear that a large amount of blood will be shed tomorrow. Meng Chenyu leapt up and said, I will immediately tell my senior sister Nian. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, martial uncles. Goodbye, martial uncles. Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Clearly, she was going to make a call to Zhou Xiaoyan. Second senior brother's thin face revealed a trace of doubt. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at Mu Yinyan and said, Junior sister, have you prepared some good wine to entertain us? Just follow me, Yi Zichen said. Mu Yinyan led the way, her face full of joy. Just as they were walking, a ding-dong sound suddenly rang out. A message from Zhou Xiaoyan had arrived. Mu Yinyan took out her handphone and looked. Master, I have prepared a new handphone for you. Do you like it? Seeing such an ordinary message, Mu Yinyan's expression changed. She put away her phone and furrowed her brows. Along the way to the hotel, Mu Yinyan asked her senior and junior brothers to order, and then said, I have to make a call. I will be back soon. Junior sister, you are so busy. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, Go, go. Don't tell me. You are in love? Mu Yinyan blushed and said, Senior brother, you are really shameless. She hurried out. High in the sky, Mu Yinyan dialed a new number on her new handphone. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan also had a new number on her new handphone, so she picked it up. What's the matter? Mu Yinyan asked. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice sounded very hurried. Master, just now Xiao Duo read my fortune. He said that my luck has changed again. There is a white tiger coming to my soul. It should be in the southeast. And you are the first to bear the brunt of this disaster, which is a big variable. He himself doesn't know the reason, so he asked me to remind you to be careful. Mu Yinyan's delicate body shook when she heard this, and she almost fell from the clouds. At this moment, she really felt that her mind was blank, and it was hard for her to control herself. After a long time, she said, I know, I will be careful. Then she hung up the phone. Chapter 197. Mu Yinyan stayed in the clouds high in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he hid his figure in the thicker clouds and mist. He covered his face with his hands and slowly squatted down. At this moment, the great grandmaster who had reached the peak of nascent soul and was half a step into the cloud transformation realm looked like a pitiful and helpless little girl. Because of the arrival of her senior and junior brothers, the joy suddenly turned into infinite fear. The white tiger evil spirit was coming from the southeast. After a long time, Mu Yinyan stood up and turned to look in the southeast direction. In the southeast direction, Kunlun's secret land, Kunlun Taoist mountain, Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yinyan's face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. A sigh resounded through the sky. This night, Mu Yinyan showed unprecedented joy and frequently raised her cup to invite the senior and junior brothers who she had not seen for many years. It seemed that she had endless things to say. However, about Zhuxiaoyan, Zhuxiao Duo, Feng Shui, Phoenix Vein Soul, she did not mention a single word. Junior sister, didn't you say that one of your disciples is about to break through, and during this period of time, you hoped that we would come here to help protect her? Eldest senior brother's square face flashed a trace of doubt. Tell us about the situation. If it is not a serious situation, why do you need so many of us to protect her? Also, junior sister, you value this disciple very much. Mu Yinyan smiled. This child's aptitude is indeed excellent, and she is the successor I have chosen. She deliberated for a moment in her heart and slowly said, but this time, her breakthrough can't be taken lightly. Why? I now suspect that my successor is born with a phoenix body, and in Phoenix City, there have always been rumors about the phoenix vein. What's more coincidental is that the scheduled time of her breakthrough is almost the same as the legendary day of the phoenix vein soul cleansing. Mu Yinyan's face was heavy, and her voice was heavy, and as far as I know, the 3 sects of the Umno Alliance have already come to Phoenix City. Well, we have already fought many times. In other words, a lot of Umno Alliance elites have gathered in this small town. I suspect that they are here for the Phoenix Pulse Soul. Mu Yinyan looked worried. If I'm alone, I'm not sure at all. Hearing this, the faces of the 4 senior and junior brothers suddenly became heavy. There's actually such a thing.
Yes.
Mu Yinyan began to explain the situation here in detail. She was neither too optimistic nor too exaggerated. In short, she told him everything that had happened during this period of time without leaving out any details. However, the only thing she didn't mention was the feng shui situation a few days earlier, and Zhuxiao's physiognomy supernatural power. Even He Yuan Yue only mentioned a few words and didn't say anything else. The faces of eldest senior brother and the other 3 became more and more solemn, gradually becoming as gloomy as water. If there really is such a thing, then the Umno Alliance will definitely not allow someone like Spiritual Sense to successfully break through, let alone the matter of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Eldest senior brother sighed softly. I'm afraid. This will be a tough battle. Yes, definitely a tough battle. Spiritual Sense's breakthrough this time is already like a bow on the string. It has to be released, but there's no way to counter it. And we naturally can't act rashly and can only passively defend. Mu Yinyan showed a mentally and physically exhausted expression. If you didn't come to help, I really don't know what to do this time. Junior sister, don't worry. Since we're here, we definitely won't let the Umno Alliance succeed. Eldest senior brother said in a low voice. Moreover, Phoenix City is after all a small border city, a small place. Even if the Umno Alliance comes, there won't be too many people, and their overall strength won't be too strong. As long as the city's strength cooperates, there's still a high chance of protecting a little girl to successfully break through. I hope so. Mu Yinyan raised her cup. Today is to wash the dust of senior brother and junior brother. I toast to senior brother and junior brother. Yinyan thanks you here. It was also on this night. Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyue met again in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Meng Group's headquarters. This time, Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's faces were heavy, no longer as calm and elegant as before. and in front of them, someone was unfolding the map of Phoenix City. The map in front of them was a projection of the huge Phoenix City, not missing a single detail. Sometimes it was near and far, and sometimes it was near and far. Meng Chuntian stood in front of the projection, looking at it in a trance. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. Among them, the 4 people who had stopped with Xiao Duo the other day were among them. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them had an ancient face and a faint aura of Tao. Most of them were wearing long robes, and a few of them were holding compasses, rulers, and other things in their hands. Everyone was carefully watching the projection. "Everyone, please take a look," Meng Chintian said slowly, probably in one night. "The mountains on both sides have been secretly moved by someone. The original Wanshui East, with a ribbon around the waist, has now become the Wanshui West. Everyone, please take a look. Is there any explanation behind this?" Meng Chintian's handsome face was still calm and elegant, calm and unhurried. More than 10 Qi watchers, each of them put in a serious attitude. Some of them even began to use their hands to draw in the void and began to calculate. Some of them drew lines in the void, their lips moving as they muttered. Meng Tianyue said, "Everyone, please pay more attention because this Wanshui is related to the Feng Shui Lake of our Ning and Ming families. If the water suddenly flows in the opposite direction, will it break the original intention of the Feng Shui?" More than a dozen Feng Shui masters stared at the projection. After a long time, someone finally shook his head with a puzzled expression and said, "The flow of water is against the trend and changed direction. According to Feng Shui common sense, it is indeed an ominous sign. However, after repeated observation, there is no difference from before. Also, there is no sign of Feng Shui related to this." As soon as this person spoke, the others followed suit. "Indeed, I do not feel any influence. The two sides are originally balanced. Going east and going west, the result is the same. There is no difference." "That's right. I also do not feel any mysterious changes in the inside." "It doesn't matter, da." Everyone spoke in unison and said that it did not matter. Meng Chintian's face finally turned gloomy and said, "Everyone, please take a good look again. Just last night, I felt unusually uncomfortable. And the source of this discomfort, I feel that there is a change in the two mountains. It is also because of this that I can quickly detect that the water flow has changed." The group of Qi watchers looked at each other and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Brother Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Ming, do not worry. Young Master Ming, you feel that there is something strange. It is probably difficult for us to see through the projection. After all, the projection is just a projection. There is no luck or momentum to speak of. We still need to do a detailed investigation to make a conclusion." He paused and said, "However, in fact, young Master Ming's discomfort may not necessarily be related to the water flow. No matter who it is inevitable that they will feel uncomfortable when they wake up and find that the environment they're used to has changed." Meng Chintian thought and said, "Is it? Could it be that they put in so much effort just to do something useless?" This question made the dozens of Qi watchers look at each other again. They did not know whether to agree or disagree. Yes, to put in so much effort to form such a big change. At least a few nascent soul powerhouses had to be mobilized to change the mountains and rivers and change the flow to the reverse. Only then could such a change be made in one night. And such a change was actually useless? It really couldn't be justified. Ning Suifeng said, "Let's go over and do a detailed investigation first." Meng Tianyue frowned and said, "Chuntian, go on behalf of me?" "Yes, father." Meng Chintian agreed and went out with a few Qi watchers and Ning Suifeng. Before Ning Suifeng went out, he suddenly thought of something and stopped at the door. He turned his head and said, "Brother Meng, don't you want to go and see for yourself?" Meng Tianyue smiled and said, "It is enough to have you go. I am just taking a break. Besides, ever since I was robbed in the sky last time, I have never gone up to the sky." Ning Suifeng shook his head and laughed, "You." He jumped and left. Several invisible and traceless auras followed him like a few gusts of cool breeze. For a moment, more than 20 people stood in the sky and looked down. Ming Chuntian felt that this place was too close to the headquarters of the Ming's group, so he retreated a bit and moved up another 100 feet. More than a dozen Qi watchers steadied themselves and started to move at the same time. After a long time, Brother Feng was the first to speak. It was obvious that he had the highest status among these people. It is really strange, but there is no effect. Brother Feng pointed to the front and said, "Look, the building of the Ming's group is located on the line of the earth veins. It is connected to the heavens above and the earth veins below. Fortune comes from all directions and wind blows from all directions. It can be said to be the best feng shui layout. Whether it is gathering wealth, power, or strength, it is easy and successful. It is also where the ancestral tomb of the Ning family is located, forming a yin and a yang. They complement each other, one high and one low, one yin and one yang. It is precisely the gathering of all the fortune of the local area here. As for the mountains in the distance, whether it changes or not, I feel that it has nothing to do with the feng shui layout here." Brother Feng pointed out with an imposing manner, "Look, the surroundings of Phoenix City is actually a huge feng shui formation. It has already formed its own system. Whether it is to the east or the west, there is a lot of flowing water. It is endless. As for the Wanshui River, whether it is to the east or the west, it is still a cycle formed by this feng shui formation. The power of feng shui in the entire Phoenix City area has not decreased at all." The rest of the Qi watchers said in unison and nodded their heads, "Brother Feng is right. That's what we think too." Chapter 198. Ming Qintian's face darkened as he looked at them one by one. Slowly, he asked, "Is there really no effect? No change at all?" "Yes," Brother Feng said seriously, "Young Master Ming, I can guarantee it with my career." A few of the more experienced ones looked around and said, "At least on the surface, there really isn't any effect." Brother Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Yes, on the surface, there is no harm. On a deeper level, the Ming conglomerates and the Ning family's fortunes could be said to be the two central points of the entire Phoenix City. No matter where the luck comes from, it will be attracted to these two families. As long as there is no change in the earth vein, the feng shui of the two families will be as stable as a rock." Then, he nodded and said, "Young Master Ming, the one who looked at the feng shui of your two families back then was a great master." The other Qi diviners did not have any doubts about this. They said, "Yes, the one who set up the feng shui for you is a great master of feng shui. There is no doubt about this. In the entire Central Plains, there are not many people who can set up such an excellent and almost indestructible feng shui." "That's right. With the heaven and earth as the layout, the mountains and rivers as the foundation, and the earth as the foundation, yin and yang as the foundation. It's amazing, really amazing. We have always thought highly of ourselves, but after seeing this layout today, we know that there is always someone better than us. We are far inferior." Ming Chuntian's eyes relaxed a little, but for some reason, he still felt that his heart was heavy, and his heart was not at ease. Ning Suifeng, on the other hand, was relieved. He stroked his beard and smiled. Ming Chuntian said, "If we want to break our feng shui, how do we do it? This feng shui has reached perfection. It is not impossible to break this feng shui, but it is too difficult." A Qi diviner who looked to be in his 50s said, "There is a double problem, one internal and one external. Therefore, in my opinion, the backflow of the One River is an attempt to break your feng shui array. It is also the external solution that I mentioned. Unfortunately, it is futile and difficult to do." Ming Qintian hurriedly asked, "Master, please enlighten us. What is the key and how to prevent it?" The Qi diviner thought for a while and said, "The most direct way is to eliminate all the mountains on either side. Then, the natural feng shui, Phoenix City will be broken, and all the related luck will flow out. Since your families are in Phoenix City, there is no exception. But no one dares to do this method. This was because it involved the fate of millions of people. No matter who did it, they would definitely suffer the most extreme backlash. Absolutely no one can bear the extreme feng shui of the feng shui of feng shui's feng shui of the generations. Therefore, the person who broke the situation was at best just playing a borderline ball and changing the flow of the water. It is impossible to completely destroy the situation. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why the feng shui situation was not affected at all. Meng Chintian nodded slowly. He looked into the distance and finally calmed down. He said, "Master, you mentioned the internal and external solution. Even if the external solution cannot be broken, what if it is broken from the inside? It is also impossible to break from the inside. The way to break from the inside is to demolish the entire Ming's headquarters and the Ning family's ancestral tombs, and do both at the same time. But this method is even more difficult than breaking from the outside. Not only will you not allow it, most of the people in Phoenix City will not allow it. Even if the king of the Central Plains comes to demolish it personally, he will not be able to do it. I believe young Master Ming understands this better than anyone." The Qi diviner smiled bitterly and said, "So, this is a feng shui array that no one can break. No matter if it is from the inside or the outside, no one can break it." Meng Chintian murmured, "A feng shui array that no one can break." He finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Everyone, if you are sure there are no other problems, let's go to the headquarters for tea. There will be some gifts for you later. Please, don't mind." "Young Master Ming, you are too polite." Everyone smiled and thanked him. Everyone was beaming. Looking at the guards leading the Qi diviners away, Meng Chinian pulled Ning Suifeng and said, "Uncle Ning?" "Yes?" "I still feel a little uneasy. Since someone did such a big thing, why did he end up with a useless outcome? If it were you or me, we would not be satisfied either, right? So I suspect that there is something fishy about this. If we can't figure it out, I will not be at ease." "You see," Meng Chintian said in a low voice, "should we ask Blind Hong to come out and take a look?" Ning Suifeng frowned and thought for a while. He said softly, "Chintian, aren't you worrying too much?" Meng Chintian took a breath and said, "After all, this concerns the foundation of both our families. It is hard to be at ease." Ning Suifeng smiled and said, "Since the feng shui arrays of both our families are not destroyed, it is a great thing. What else is there to be worried about?" Meng Chintian looked at Ning Suifeng in shock. He was speechless in his heart. He should not have discussed with him. He was not even considering the same thing. He smiled and said, "Since Uncle Ning said so, I am relieved." Ning Suifeng laughed and left. He turned around, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. He thought to himself, "Want to swallow it all in one go? The appetite of the Ming family is too big." Then he thought, Ming Chintian is right. After spending so much effort, it is useless. If it were anyone else, they would not be satisfied. If it were me, I would be even more unwilling. There must be something fishy about this. It seems that I have to secretly find Blind Hong and take a look at the ancestral grave. But who is the one in charge of the Ming family group? Why do I feel that Ming Chintian's power is not inferior to Ming Tianyue's? Ning Suifeng laughed and entered the headquarters of the Ming family group. "Brother Ming, we are overthinking this time. It is not a big deal. The feng shui of both our families is impregnable and safe. It is very good." Meng Tianyue was leisurely drinking by himself. He turned his head and said, "Brother Ning, you have worked hard." Almost at the same time, another group of people rushed into the sky. They looked at the aura around Phoenix City. Those Qi Watchers in Phoenix City have been invited by the Ming family and the Ning family. It seems that these two families are still very concerned about their own fate. "Yes, Elder Gu, come and take a look at the influence of the One Shui flowing west. Or rather, is there any effect on the Phoenix veins?" Almost all the people who came later had their faces covered by the clouds. Only this Elder Gu showed his face clearly because he wanted to observe the situation. His hair was white, but he was hale and hearty. At this moment, he was seriously looking at the situation of the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were serious. The change of east and west, and the one shui flowing in reverse should have a great impact on the inherent feng shui. But why does it look like there is no effect on the surface? It is really strange. Yes, in the south, there is a sudden fire. The fire is very fierce, and it is injecting energy into the phoenix veins. As the saying goes, the phoenix is reborn from the fire. But why is there a fire in the south? That is the tale of the phoenix. Speaking of this, the faces of the people who were hidden in the clouds and mist turned ugly. Speaking of this fire, it was really too unexpected. It unexpectedly reached home. Who would have thought that the death of a few students during the trial would trigger a chain reaction and eventually cause such a big matter? It even made use of the blacklist and put the bounty on the top, causing thousands of people to kill them. Originally, at this stage, it was already very strange. It could not be done without money. But in the end, that Shin Yushu really did not know what was wrong with his brain. He set a big fire without any warning and burned down the Phoenix Tail Mountain. And this was also the root cause of the current drastic change. Ignorance is really terrible. Setting a fire. What use was it for a nascent soul stage expert? And for this accident, the people of the UMNO Alliance only felt that they were fucked up. After all the UMNO Alliance experts in Phoenix City confirmed this information, almost collectively, they exploded. They were about to find trouble with Shin Yushu to vent their anger, but they were stunned to see that Shin Yushu had sent his own family's head to the Ming family, and it was cut off. Immediately after, the whole family was uprooted. The whole family was exterminated. Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not even an inch of grass was left. The actions of the Ming family and the Ning family were so sharp and fast. They were so ruthless and vicious that it was even more extreme than the actions of the UMNO Alliance. This was simply fucking a complete mess. They could not even find a target to vent their anger. This matter, cough cough, is really purely a coincidence. It is a pure natural accident. It is not targeted. In the clouds, a voice said with some speechlessness, "Fortunately, our previous arrangements were thorough. As far as the current situation is concerned, the impact on the Phoenix vein is not very big." The established plan for the Phoenix Pulse Spirit can still be carried out according to the original rhythm. Old Goo said lightly, but because of the impact of this fire, the Phoenix vein has increased to a certain extent. So, originally, it was 100% impossible to fly. Now, it has become a slight hope to fly. Everyone must not be the slightest bit careless about this. Everyone was speechless. They did not know how many years of arrangements they had made. If it was destroyed by this bastard's fire and buried in a complete accident, it would be really fucked up. They would be so aggrieved that they would vomit blood and die. However, that little hope of taking off is only a little. The reversal of the two mountains did not cause any major changes in the end. It has nothing to do with the grand plan. However, in the following days, we need to keep a close eye on them and see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves. Tricks? What do you mean? Old Go looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, in addition to the general trend of heaven and earth, Qi Watchers will also use some props to arrange the feng shui. If we are not careful, the other party may still turn the tables. So, we must not take it lightly. After all, most of these props are very small objects. They are not easy to be discovered. Old Ge's words made everyone fall into deep thought. We must ask for monthly votes. Brothers, at the end of the month, give us some. Chapter 199. Then, Elder Gu, can you find these items? I can't. Elder Gu shook his head honestly. I'm ashamed. I'm not at that level yet. Then, who can? Someone asked. If it's just us, the scope is too big. Secondly, we're not experts in this field. We don't even know what the target is. It's very possible that the item is right in front of us, but we'll still miss it. Elder Gu thought for a while and said, as far as I know, there are only 3 people in this world who can find it. The first is General Dongfang of the Sun Moon Pass. The second is Master Dao Jin of the capital city. The third Is the one from the Umno Alliance. The others all smiled bitterly. It was impossible for these three people to come. Elder Gu sighed and said, "It's a pity that Blind Hong is blind. If his eyes were still intact, he would be able to find it. But he would definitely lose his life." Blind Hong? Someone repeated softly, deep in thought. That night, around 3:00 in the morning, a sword light soared into the sky, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air as it sped toward the Long Manor. It was the quietest moment of the night, so no one noticed this abnormality. And behind this sword light, there was a person shrouded in black. Only a pair of eyes could be seen outside, shining brightly. "It's here." In a split second, the sword light shone brilliantly and fell from the sky like a waterfall. Boom, boom, the sword light drilled into the ground and then rose from the other side. A huge amount of true yuan exploded. Many of the houses in the Long family's manor, which was only a few dozen mu in size, were sent flying 7 to 8 meters into the air before crashing down with a loud boom. Instantly, they were torn apart. The originally sturdy buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. "Who's there? Bastard!" Angry shouts were mixed with a series of screams. Dozens of lights soared into the sky from the ruins of the Long Manor. Everyone's face was filled with anger. The black-clothed man in the air snorted. His long sword did not stop and continued to swing. More than 100 sword lights fell in a fan shape and forcefully embedded into the ruins. The few remaining intact houses were also destroyed. With another loud boom, the only remaining basement collapsed, and the entire Long family's manor collapsed. Exclamations, curses, and screams filled the air. In the air, a dozen or so Long family members had already surrounded the black-clothed man and shouted angrily, "Which scoundrel is this? You dare to make an enemy out of my Long family?" The man in black in the air was startled for a moment. His voice was very strange as he called out, "What? Long family? How could it be the Long family?" A vigilant old man from the Long family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What do you mean by that? If not for the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert, even if the entire Long clan were to gather all of their manpower and surround him, they would still not be able to kill him." The black-clothed man in the air was clearly astonished. He asked in astonishment, "Is this really the Long family? If it's not the Long family, then where is it?" The old man was furious. "Who exactly are you?" The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he suddenly said apologetically, "Then I'm really sorry. I found the wrong place." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was obvious that he had been disguised. However, this sentence made all of the Long family members so angry that their lungs were swollen. Damn it. Found the wrong place? Found the wrong place to seek revenge? What kind of statement was this? The black-clothed man said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I actually found the wrong target. Forget it. Consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family." After saying that, he cupped his hands and turned into a sword light. He soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. The Long family's old man was so angry that he covered his chest and coughed. The other dozen or so Long family members all stomped their feet and cursed at the sky. They were really crazy with anger. The whole family was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, an unexpected disaster came out of nowhere. The entire courtyard of the old house was razed to the ground in an instant. The house they lived in was turned into broken bricks. Even the bed, wardrobe, and all the other facilities were crushed into powder by a sword. Even the toilet bowl was broken, and many safes were split into two. The secret room collapsed, and the basement was completely destroyed in the end. The person who came said one sentence. "Misunderstanding. They found the wrong person. I'm really sorry. Sorry your head." The most infuriating thing was, consider it as me forming good karma with the Long family? Who the hell wants to form good karma with you? Who the hell are you? Long Yusheng stood in the ruins in his pajamas. He looked at the sky and was excited in his heart. Waha, awesome, awesome. He demolished it just like that. It took less than a minute. He's really an almighty. It's too satisfying. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and treat the injured. Old Master Long roared in the air as soon as he regained consciousness. The whole family immediately got busy. After a round of investigation, they were stunned again. Other than a few unlucky people who were hit by the collapsed house, the rest were not injured at all. After all, they were a martial arts family. Even if they were hit, it was not a big deal. The house. None of them can still be lived in. The people are all fine. Long Yuxing's father felt that this result was inconceivable. This is really fucking dog shit luck. That sword light that seemed to want to destroy the heavens and earth plowed back and forth in his house several times. But not a single person was injured? This is a great fortune in misfortune. The old man immediately instructed, eldest, second, third. You guys, quickly organize people to move your family. Fourth, hurry up and contact the hotel. Everyone moves to the hotel. The few of you, put away the things in the treasury and safes. Everyone from your family is not allowed to touch them. Everyone, move to the hotel. The old man's composure was not bad. He did not panic in the face of danger and commanded in an orderly manner. Father, then, this black-clothed man, the eldest son of the Long family, Long Yuxing's uncle, asked hesitantly. There's no black-clothed man. The old man glared. With his cultivation, if he wants to destroy our family, it's really just a matter of raising his hand. Do you still want to take revenge? He said that it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. If the strong find trouble with us, then it's our bad luck. If he wants to form a good relationship with us, then it's our luck. You're an adult, don't you understand this? But we don't even know who that person is. How can we form a good relationship? Fool, if you know who he is, do you think that our family will still be alive? Seeing that the others were about to speak, the old man waved his hand. This matter is settled. No more talking. Hurry up and get to work. Fifth, after you're done, contact the construction team and ask them to come over and rebuild the house. Yes. The old man floated to the ground and came to Long Yuxing's side. He sighed. Sigh. Everything has its own way. Didn't Yuxing's classmate say that our family will be in trouble during this period of time? He asked us to move out and hide. Now it seems that he was right. It's just that we were blinded by lard and didn't accept his kindness. Sigh. The old man was very regretful. Tonight, something like this happened. It's tantamount to reminding us that in this world, there are some things that we can choose not to believe, but there are some things that we have to believe. Yuxing, your grandson is here. Prepare a generous gift tomorrow and send it to your classmate. You must be sincere and sincere. The old man sighed. By the way, ask him if he's still willing to help our family. If we want to rebuild the house, how to do it better. The disciple of the old principal, He Yuanyue, is indeed extraordinary. The old man sighed. His face was full of admiration, but there was also a hint of disappointment. It seemed that after this incident, the old man had changed from a complete distrust of Master's ability to the point of being a die-hard fan. Long Yuxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say no, he thought that it wasn't right and swallowed his words. Sigh. All right, I'll let that guy take advantage of me this time. Since I'm really in danger, it makes sense to give him a thank you gift. However, the truth of the destruction of the house this time must not be leaked out. If his parents and grandfather knew that the person who destroyed his house was actually someone that he had painstakingly begged, Long Yuxing instantly shuddered. If that was the case, then he would basically bid farewell to this magnificent life. Oh, Buddha said, it must not be said, it must not be said. The night in the old Long's house passed by in a hubbub. Make sure to move everything that can be moved away. The old man of the Long family could be said to be once bitten, twice shy. Choose a hotel. Don't stay in the upper floors. Our family will stay there for a year and a half. We'll come back after the reconstruction is done. The stone in Long Yuxing's heart was finally lifted. After everything is settled, Yuxing, you must make an appointment with your classmate. Our family will treat him to a good meal. Let's get to know each other well and thank him. Long Yuxing repeatedly agreed. The sky was bright. God knows how busy all the high-ranking people in Phoenix City were on this day. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Phone calls were made one after another. People from all over the country were looking for the chi-gazing technique. They didn't want the most awesome chi-gazing technique, only the most awesome chi-gazing technique. People from the UMNO Alliance were looking. People from the Ming family were also looking. People from the Ning family were still looking. There were also a few families who somehow got wind of the news and followed the crowd to look for the chi-gazing technique. As a result, Governor Wan Pingyuan, for the first time, told his daughter who was about to go to school, "Xiao, wait a moment. What's the matter?" "Well, your classmate." Wan Pingyuan considered his words carefully. "Daughter, you must maintain a good relationship with him. If it's convenient, you can bring him home for a meal. Dad also has something to ask." Chapter 200. Wan Lixio blushed and hurriedly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? If you want to find Long Yuxing, just tell him directly. Why do you need to consult him? Is he worthy?" "Bah, I'm not talking about Long Yuxing. I'm talking about that Zhuo Duo, the one known as God's Zhuo Duo." Governor Wan rolled his eyes and said, "Long Yuxing is such a bastard. Why would I want to see him? I get annoyed when I see him." Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and said, "You want to see Zhuo Duo? Why do you want to see him?" "I'm telling you, Dad, this was really a bitch. You little girl." Wan Pingyuan shouted seriously, "They're your classmates and he is your boss. How can you be so rude? You have to be respectful to Master Zhuo in the future, do you understand?" Wan Lixio was surprised. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Do you know what you were talking about?" Governor Wan lowered his voice. "Your grandpa Long called. A few days ago, Zhuo Duo told Long Yuxing that the Long family was going to encounter a big disaster and suggested to move as soon as possible. But the Long family didn't believe him and didn't move. Guess what happened last night?" Wan Lixio understood at once. She held back her laughter and said, "What happened?" "Last night, the Long family was gone." Governor Wan's eyes showed some fear. He lowered his voice and said, "It seems that there was some misunderstanding. Anyway, they were flattened by a master with a sword. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This matter is really strange." Wan Lixio's expression was exaggerated. "Wow, there was such a thing. Flattened with a sword. Are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Look at your expression." Wan Pingyuan lectured his daughter. "Your future husband's family was wiped out, and you were so excited? You little girl are really. When you marry him in the future, your temper. I have to ask your mother to teach you a good lesson. What kind of temperament is this?" Wan Pingyuan lectured Wan Lixio for a long time before he waved his hand and let her go to school. "Remember, you must be on good terms with Master Zhuo. It will be beneficial." "I know." Wan Lixio's voice came from several hundred meters away. It was too terrifying. Once Dad started to blabber on and on, it was simply even more unbearable than Mom. 8 o'clock in the morning. Director Jiang Zhongbin came out of the office feeling refreshed. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, teacher. Good morning." Hee. Yuan's voice came from the receiver. "Big face Jiang. Did something happen on your side? Why are you calling me so early?" Jiang Zhongbin giggled and said, "Teacher, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've managed to borrow 2 people from the Dragon Blood Squad. They're both cloud transformation experts." On the other side, Yuan's voice suddenly became serious. "You want to? Teacher, now that things have come to this, I don't want to drag this on any longer. I want to move. We can't allow such a nail to be stuck here forever." Jiang Zhongbin's voice became heavy. "Teacher, I want to ask you for help." Yuan's voice was a little hesitant. After a moment, she said, No problem. I can send you 2 peak nascent soul transformation cultivators. Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan. Other people can't be used in a battle of this level. If you force yourself to go, I'm afraid you'll only die. These 2 are more than enough." Jiang Zhongbin said, "Thank you, teacher." Before starting the operation, Zhongbin wants to I want a trouble teacher to look at the aura so that we can have more confidence. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment and said, let's Xiaoduo see it. I don't need to see it. If I see it, there will be too many people paying attention to me from all sides. Zhou Xiaoduo? Let him see it. Zhang Zhongbin was about to say, can he do it? But He Yuanyue had already hung up the phone. Zhou Xiaoduo is Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhang Zhongbin had an almost blind superstition about He Yuanyue. As long as He Yuanyue said it was okay, it must be okay. He happily dialed the number again. Is this Teacher Mu? Hello, hello. I'm Zhang Zhongbin of the Star Shield. Okay. Do you have time later? I want to discuss something with you. Okay. Then I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Teacher Chiu, do you have time now? I'm Zhang Zhongbin of the Star Shield. Hello. Okay. I'll wait for you at Star Shield. Then, he thought for a while and dialed another number. Monkey-son, there's something that you need to help me with today. On the other side, Chief Son of the Martial Arts Bureau frowned. What's the matter? You dare to call me that when you're asking for my help? You're so awesome, Big Face Jiang. What can't you do? I'm not free. I won't help. Hee. I still have the video of the last conference. You were really impressive then. I was convinced by you. You chased the old principal out and sat there as steadily as a mountain. You were like the sun in the sky, calm and composed. Hee. I suddenly feel like posting it on my WeChat moments. What's the matter? Just say it. We're all old classmates. I won't help others, but for you, Zhang Zhongbin, I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to do all those useless things? Straightforward. Zhang Zhongbin snapped his fingers. There's an operation tonight. I need a few absolutely reliable experts who can fight. The lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm. How many can you find for me? I can find you a gay tyrant. On the other side, Bureau Chief's son was anxious. Are you kidding me, Big Face Jiang? And the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Why don't you say the lowest level is at the nascent soul transformation realm? Where can I find such a person for you? Do you think the nascent soul transformation realm is cabbage? After Zhang Zhongbin finished speaking, he took the microphone away from his ear. After the other side finished speaking, he said slowly, don't think that I don't know. Your brother came back to visit his family not long ago. He's now in Phoenix City. Your brother, General Sun, is a standard nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. He just came back from the battlefield. Whether it's strength or reliability, he's suitable. Zhang Zhongbin said, otherwise, do you think I'll call you casually? I'm in charge of Star Shield. If I don't even know this, how can I survive? Bureau Chief Sun said angrily, my brother only has 10 days of vacation this time. On the way back, he lost 2 days. He just got home the day before yesterday. It's already been 5 days. You still want to work hard? Are you still a human? Zhang Zhongbin begged, Brother Monkey, I'm really in trouble. If there's any other way, I won't call you. Isn't your brother my brother? I don't want to trouble him. But the problem is that I really don't know what to do. You're my brother. Are you going to help me or not? On the other side, Sun Fengho hesitated and said, well, I'll tell my brother later. But I can't guarantee success. Zhang Zhongbin begged again, Brother Monkey, I may die tonight. Bureau Chief Sun scolded. You only know how to take advantage of my sympathy. It's true. Zhang Zhongbin took a deep breath and said seriously, think about it. I've already put aside my face to ask our brother. What kind of trouble would I encounter? This level of battle. Alas. Monkey, I'm going to die soon. Remember to take good care of my mother for me. She's our mother. Bureau Chief Sun finally became serious. Is it really that serious? It's worse than that. Okay, then I'll go back to my brother now. Bureau Chief Sun sighed and said, even if I kneel down and kowtow to him, I promise to invite him to you. Okay, thank you. Zhang Zhongbin put down the phone with a heavy face and then smiled. Waha. I know this guy is easily persuaded. Sure enough, he can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Damn, there's another nascent soul expert. Well, where can I find more experts? The governor's mansion is definitely not possible. The city guards. Forget it. I'm worried. If Zhang Zhangbin thought for a long time and finally put down the phone, forget it. I can't take any more risks. Even if I can't invite anyone, I can make do with my current overall strength. If I blindly look for people and find a spy, I'll be a complete idiot. Zhang Zhangbin frowned and sat on the office chair. In Starshield, there are still 3 nascent soul experts, but I don't dare to use one of them. 11 inner core realm. But these 11 inner core realm experts don't mean much to this battle. Then only 1 high-level nascent soul expert and 1 mid-level nascent soul expert, plus the 2 that the old principal sent me, 1 from Monkey Sun, 2 from Starshield, 2 high-level nascent soul experts from the Dragon Blood team, plus Mu Yinyan and Xiao. That's 9 people. With 9 people working together, can't we take down one? As he was thinking, there was a whoosh sound in front of him. Mu Yinyan in white descended from the sky. Bureau Chief Jiang. It's like this. Zhang Zhangbin spoke and exchanged greetings as he took Mu Yinyan to the secret room. There will be others coming in a while. I'll explain the general situation first. This time, we're dealing with a Star Lord. Mu Yinyan was shocked when she heard this. Was it necessary to play so big? Star Lord? Was it possible? Why would a Star Lord come to Phoenix City? When? Tonight. Even our own people have just confirmed this time. The other party can't have known earlier. Only then can we ensure that we catch them off guard and succeed in one fell swoop. As soon as Zhang Zhangbin sat down, he said anxiously, Teacher Mu, this time it's very dangerous. I heard that several of your senior and junior brothers came to Phoenix City yesterday. Mu Yinyan was stunned. This, Zhang Zhangbin said sincerely, Teacher Mu, for Phoenix City. Please invite your senior and junior brothers to come with us and participate in this grand undertaking. Mu Yinyan suddenly felt embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoyan's warning yesterday sounded in her heart again. There's a white tiger evil spirit coming from the southeast. And for this tribulation, you're the first to bear the brunt. This is a big variable. For a moment, Mu Yinyan was full of bitterness. That white tiger evil spirit, was it referring to them? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.